All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The time is 5:30. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the City Commission of Flagler Beach. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Before we start this meeting, I'd like just for everybody, a few housekeeper reminders. If you could please speak clearly into the microphone. I think sometimes we have some feedback issues when individuals are listening on YouTube. So if you could clearly speak into your microphone and make sure your microphone's on while you're talking. And Mayor, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence to honor our members of the armed forces, veterans, and first responders. Mayor, do we have any proclamations or awards this evening? No. Okay. City Manager, do we have any deletions or changes to the agenda?
No, we do not.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Remove the regular meeting minute. Okay, so that'll be as amended. All right. Also, are you guys okay with moving a few items around on this evening's agenda to allow some of the individuals that might be here for one item?
Just what are you looking at?
I'm looking to move item 8A we would make 8A, that's the ordinance for the Funky Pelican. We would make that item 7B. And then we would also then move item, I guess it would be several items, the Veranda Bay items. Those would be, let's see here. Those would be items B, C, D, and am I missing anything? B, C, and D. We would move those, and E, I'm sorry, and E, we'd go ahead and move those to make those 7C, or yes, excuse me, 7C, D, and E.
E and F.
E and F, I'm sorry. Is everybody okay with that?
I am.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Cunningham, are you okay with that?
Scott said okay.
Okay. Mayor, you're good with those changes? Okay. All right, great. All right, so we will go ahead and open this up for public comments. Now, public comments are regarding items not on this evening's agenda. Comments should be limited to 3 minutes, a 30-minute allocation of time for public comment on items not on the agenda. Each speaker has 3 minutes to address the chair and 1 opportunity to speak. No time can be allotted to another speaker. Anybody for public comment this evening?
Good evening, Commissioners, Mayor, and Mr. Chairman. Ken Bryan, 406 Palm Drive, Flagler Beach, Florida. A proclamation recently signed by the Mayor of Flagler Beach stated it just completed its centennial celebration while also proclaiming February as Black History Month. Historical research and personal accounts recall when Flagler Beach functioned as a sundown city, a term used to describe communities that enforced racial segregation by prohibiting black people and others of color from remaining within the city limits after sunset. Black individuals were also barred from residing in Flagler Beach. Warnings such as a sign on the west side of the bridge, not far from my current residence actually, were used to uphold racial exclusion after dark. Despite this and other discriminatory practice that existed, the city has grown and progressed to overcome these injustices. Black men and women, as well as other people of color, have contributed significantly to the growth of Flagler Beach and its surrounding communities, and in recent years, elected a black person as a sitting commissioner and chairman. February is designated as a Black History Month and a time to honor the history, culture, achievements, and contributions of African Americans, and we also recognize that diversity is what has made and continues to make Flagler Beach and our communities and country better and great. Flagler Beach has a lot to celebrate during the centennial and also during Black History Month, which is designated as February. Today, Flagler Beach has not only black residents and businesses, but nationalities, cultures, and other people of color forming the fabric of the community that we live and we love. Acknowledging historical injustices is essential to promoting education, truth, healing, and understanding. This also forms a bridge to open communication to continue sharing and growing together as a unified community and country. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for this proclamation and recognizing Black History Month and the opportunity to highlight the progress and accomplishments of the city of Flagler Beach, where we all live and we reside and we love. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else for comment? Oh,
Hi, I'm Rick of Flagler County. I come here often with my family, and we regularly walk through the downtown area and support the local businesses in this community. I want to speak about a serious concern. For over a year now, there have been many construction projects happening throughout the city. As time goes on, it seems like each project gets worse and worse, leaving behind a bigger hazard and more unsafe conditions than the last. Instead of seeing improvement or completion, what I see are scattered work sites left in poor and unsafe condition. This raises a simple question: who is responsible for the oversight of these construction projects and the growing safety hazards that they are creating? As a father walking through the city with my family, I have personally come across open holes 3 and 4 feet deep without proper barricades, uneven and unfinished areas, and work zones that are not secure. These are real safety hazards for anyone walking through the city. It appears that there is a lack of leadership and follow-through. Lighting throughout the city is also a serious problem. This is not new. Lighting issues have existed for multiple years. I have walked through parking lots with no working light fixtures and passed through areas there where lights are broken or missing. This creates a dangerous situation. Some of these same conditions exist right outside of City Hall, which leaves me wondering, do city staff simply walk past them without seeing them? I'm genuinely confused as to why the city is being allowed to look this way. For what I have observed, there are safety hazards throughout the entire city, and it feels like nobody is paying attention. Everything seems to be in disarray.
thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Jackie Rector, and I live at 1104 South Daytona Avenue, right here in lovely Flagler Beach. I've lived here almost 5 years. You may recall I spoke last year during the Black History Proclamation presentation, and I shared with you about 2 friends who are native Floridians. One grew up in Daytona Beach and one in Winter Park. I invited them to my home 3 years ago, and when I gave them my address, they said, "Well, that's not in Palm Coast." And I said, "No, I live in Flagler Beach." And their reply was, how did you do that? Who let you move to Flagler Beach? Don't you know that blacks were not allowed to own homes or even cross the bridge? I had no clue. I'm from Kansas City. I was shocked, and so I decided to do some research on the history of Flagler Beach. I discovered before Flagler Beach was developed as a coastal town, the surrounding area depended heavily on black farm workers, turpentine camp laborers, railroad and road construction crews, hospitality service, and also agricultural and land clearing and development. I also visited our museum, where I found no evidence of any of the accomplishments and contributions of blacks or any people of color in Flagler Beach. Because of segregation era, record keeping kept their names not formally documented, which is why modern local history efforts are now focusing heavily on oral histories and family records.
And good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Commission. My name is Cynthia Dodzik, and I am a resident of Palm Coast. I do realize that you have much on your plate tonight, but we, Jackie and I, feel deeply that recognizing and honoring the contributions made by Black Americans here and throughout the country is important enough to devote some time to before February disappears. I'm a member of Seeking Insights for Solutions, otherwise known as SIS, and I'm co-chair with Jackie on a project known as Both Sides of the Bridge. The mission of Both Sides is to preserve and promote the personal narratives of racially and culturally diverse Flagler County long-term residents. For over a year now, we have been meeting with a variety of community members and are most grateful to the mayor for her support to us as we got started. Thank you. To date, we have interviewed 15 Flagler County residents who have discussed their experiences in the mid-20th century. What we've learned thus far: there was a time that Black persons built many Flagler Beach houses that still exist today. Black persons grew much of Flagler Beach's food. They helped raise Flagler Beach children. They cleaned Flagler Beach homes and hotels. At the same time, there was a time when Black persons could not go to Flagler Beach beaches. There was a time Black students could not attend the 1970 high school prom that was held in Flagler Beach. There was a time that Black persons were threatened and intimidated in Flagler Beach. To this day, there are many native Black Flagler County residents who do not feel comfortable coming to Flagler Beach. Like you, we believe that it's important to listen and learn from these voices, understand our past, and work together to shape a future of unity and belonging. We look forward to your continued support of these efforts to bring oral history to light, foster understanding, and ensure that every voice is valued in building a more inclusive future in Flagler Beach. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment?
Good afternoon. Nice turnout. My name's Tony Stewart. I live on the other side of the bridge in Flagler Beach. I do a little bit of driving around in the mornings. Just had a question. Do we have GPSs on the public works or wastewater vehicles? As a business owner, I do have GPSs on all of our vehicles. What I'm looking for is habits. So driving around, I've noticed quite a few habits. Same trucks at 7-Eleven, same trucks at Publix, same trucks in front of friends, different habits. I wondered why they probably go to our 7-Eleven instead of Mr. Cooley's. It's probably because they're on the clock. So just, reiterating that there's some accountabilities that could probably be looked at and use that time wisely. Maybe they can, repaint the fire hydrants that are, $4,000 a piece every time we paint them? Which leads to wastewater upgrades. Looking at the history, it looks like in 2019, the upgrade was only going to cost us about $11 million. Now it's $47 million. That's a 321% increase over a 7-year period. $47 million loan over 30 years at a simple 3% interest is about $198,153 per month. You break that over the 3,538 homes, that's an additional $56 per house per month. So what that's going to do is it's going to bring our base water, sewage, and storm up to a minimum of $144.08 per house. I'm assuming there has to be some other ways to look at this. Is there anything that you guys are looking at as far as taxation or, impact fees, or maybe even, anything from the Summertown? Is there, I heard mention of like a mobility impact fee. Is there anything that's going to help alleviate a little bit of being the highest water bill in Florida? Other than that, I think you guys have a tough job, and I appreciate you guys being up here. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, my name is Bob Bashir. I live 2303 South Flagler Avenue, just south of 23rd Street. Unlike my predecessors, I don't have a written statement, and I'm probably not as organized as I should be. But I came today due to some factors that happened recently. There was a post on Facebook about how one of the commissioners had gotten Central Avenue to be able to be repaved and so forth, so on. So I made the comment, and I'm making it for all of you now, is that he was very proud of the fact that he could get that done, but yet I've lived here for over 3 years, and we have yet to do anything about the flooding on South Flagler Avenue down by 23rd Street. You brought people in from FEMA, and they were going to raise our houses or rebuild our houses and so forth, so on, and then disappeared. We haven't heard anything for 9, 10 months that they were doing that. Back in September, my road was 3 foot underwater. I don't understand how we continue to let this go, but yet we have money to acquire different properties and do different things. So I'm just curious as to what our plans are, and if there's any, to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Chairperson. I'm Karen Flaherty from Flagler Beach, 1601 North Central Avenue in Flagler Beach, and I've been here in Flagler Beach since 2014. I stand in support of the others who have gotten up tonight from Seeking Insights for Solutions. Lots of people probably wonder why we have to have a Black History Month, and I just want to reiterate that since I've been in CIS, I've learned a lot about Black history, and especially about Flagler Beach and the history of Flagler Beach and Flagler County. But many people still don't know about a lot of the history. And so why do we need it? It's because we really don't learn about it in school. I never learned about the Tulsa race massacres until a few years ago. I had to watch documentaries to learn about other atrocities for Black people, and because the horrors of slavery were really completely downplayed in school. Black history is American history, and the history of Flagler Beach is important to a lot of people. And we haven't really seen Black people represented in the Flagler Beach or Flagler County historical societies or any of the museums. And so that's what we're working with on both sides of the bridge, and so we stand in support of that. My experience in Flagler County has made me cringe at times, to be honest, especially when I've been out with my Black friends in Flagler County and Flagler Beach at various restaurants, and other times it's because some people have been on the corner raising their flags in protest. So we seem to have a ways to go before equality and respect is achieved, but with each month, including Black History Month, with CIS, we educate ourselves and others, and I hope we'll get closer and closer to that equality. And I just want to follow Karen by saying that African American history is American history. A society is not strengthened by denying or ignoring parts of its past. A society is empowered by acknowledging the full truth of its history, embracing both its triumphs and its injustices, so that it can grow and move forward in a better and more unified way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Rich Phelan, 255 Ocean Palm Drive. The last meeting I attended was a month ago. I missed the last meeting, and I had asked a question 2 times that went unanswered. Prior to coming to the meeting, I had told my wife I'd be home at 8 o'clock to go purchase a piece of furniture and move it. Well, I tried to strategically exit at 8:03, being already late, and halfway out the door, Chair Sherman interrupted the meeting and answered my question. So, in doing so, he made me even more late, but I want to publicly thank you for doing that.
Anybody else for public comment?
Darrell Reynolds, 322 North 11th Street. I brought up probably a month or so ago, I sent all of you the ordinances for increasing litter laws in Flagler Beach. I heard they may schedule a workshop. I really don't think it requires a workshop, Eric, but I mean, we either want litter or we don't want litter. I mean, I think it's simple as that. Our ordinance that I read is very vague right now. I think if we were to take a look at the one from Marion County, also the one that I sent you from Coral Gables, I mean, take a look at both of those. Let's put them together. Let's come up with something that's going to work. We pick up, I mean, thank you coming out this weekend, James, Rick coming out as many times as you have. You see the problem. I mean, it's the same places. We see the same amount of trash there. I was very pleased Saturday whenever we had people out, they were talking about how well our beaches are, though. And they are, because whenever we pick up, that's where we concentrate on. But if you get on the side streets in Flagler Beach, it's cigarette butts, it's saltine wrappers, it's spoons from the ice cream shops. I mean, all this stuff is littered throughout. And I believe if we focus on letting people know we do not allow litter in Flagler Beach, we would accomplish an awful lot. I also, in those bags I gave you guys earlier, I'm sorry I missed you, Dale, but they're right there for you. I just didn't put them down for you. Grab them. Anyway, there's a community impact grant that we can apply for. It's up to $300,000. I don't know if it's something that we would get, but all of the items that I highlighted for you guys is, I mean, it's physical improvements to community space. It's a nonprofit willing to lead the project. We'd be happy to lead the project. Must benefit the community as a whole. Improved physical improvements. Veteran centers. Veterans Park's a great opportunity. Community revitalization must be completed by 12 of 26, which means we need to not wait. We need to jump on this. Must be able to provide volunteer opportunities for those employees. I don't think that's a problem. And it must be within 30 miles of a Lowe's store. So I think all of those, we can check that off. It's going to be a very simple solution, but it's got to be in by March 20th. So we don't have time to wait. We need to fill it out. And like I said, I don't know what the hurdles are, but let's work together and go after some of these grants. There's not a matching part. It's essentially, I mean, I think if we fill it out, we're going to get some portion of it. You know, I don't think we'll get 300 grand, but we may get 30 grand. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. So I'm going to just go down the list here. Commissioner Bryan, thanks for your comments and educating us, and it was a pleasure serving with you up here on the board. Taught me a lot. I think a lot of us were up here with you at one point in time. So thanks for all that you do for us and being a trend center and, you know, always speaking up for the right things. So we really appreciate you. All right, Rick of Flagler County, I don't think he's still here, but Mr. Martin, would you mind addressing some of the issues that Rick of Flagler County mentioned about some of the trip hazards and holes and different things like that that he had mentioned of potential safety hazards around town?
Yes, there have been several construction sites. I believe that they've all been appropriately marked. No incidents have been reported to the city about any of those, so we'll move on and we'll make sure that they are appropriately marked or adequately marked. But again, no incidents have been reported throughout all the construction that's gone on.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Rector and Ms. Dostnik, I think I pronounced your name right. Thank you all for educating us and bringing us up to speed on these things. And for Black History Month, we really appreciate your time. Thank you. All right, Mr. Tony Stewart, do you have, again, there's some comments made about GPS on vehicles, habits, some accountability, speaking to the $47 million loan that we have in place for the wastewater treatment plant and taxation impact fees. Would you be able to speak to some of those things, Mr. Martin?
Yes, we have GPS on the vehicles and we monitor that occasionally or on an as-needed basis. Wastewater treatment plant, the costs have gone up with cost of living and different other features. So that's what it is. We put it out for bid, and those are the bids that we received. So we'll move forward with that project.
Thank you. All right. And then, sorry, Bob, thank you for your comments. And Mr. Martin, would you or the city engineer be able to speak to some of the efforts and where we do stand with FEMA and the raising of homes and, you know, the event with the king tides we had earlier this, or was it last year? Like towards the end of September when we had those events?
Mr. Freeman may be able to provide more accurate information, but I know that FEMA was here, or we did pursue the process of raising homes, it turned out that, for the FEMA provisions, you have to file claims and demonstrate repetitive loss. And it appears that many of the homeowners in that area, I can't speak for all of them, did not file appropriate claims, or they didn't get the appropriate permits, which FEMA does not recognize as a claim. So they were here. Staff did review and pursue the effort, and I believe that there were no homes that were eligible for the elevating or the raising of the homes. And otherwise, that area is, as well as most of the island, is notorious for flooding. Going back to the 1970s FEMA flood maps, that area has always been labeled in the flood zone. And as we sit under the current FEMA maps, nearly 50% of the island is in the AE FEMA flood zone. So unless we do something markedly different, like building high seawalls, it is not a problem. And the intent is to improve the drainage, but there are some times that the topography and the environment make that more and more difficult.
Okay, thank you. All right. Again, thank you, Ms. Flaherty. I think they might have left for your comments about that Black History Month. Mr. Flan, thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. And Mr. Reynolds, thanks for all your efforts. And it's evident we've become Flagler County's ashtray. Unfortunately, it's very humbling when you go out there on a Saturday morning with your 8-year-old daughter, and she was excited that we were picking up all these cigarette butts. But gosh, she got a prize for it, right? But I mean, why should my 8-year-old who hasn't picked up a cigarette a day in her life have to pick up after grown adults? That's, we got to do better. And I think I know Commissioner Cooley's pretty passionate about it. Everybody on this board's pretty passionate about, getting the city cleaned up. And, Mr. Martin, what's the realistic time frame with getting a potential ordinance before us, city attorney? And then also, I guess the grant would be more Mr. Martin's realm. You have the manpower to look into that and potentially get that grant? I know we had some really great relationships in the past with Lowe's. They have been a wonderful partner here in the city. I know they helped with the park benches out here, as well as I believe they donated the deck boards over there at the Pal Parker Preserve over there. So city attorney, then I'll pass to the city manager.
As far as getting an ordinance, Mr. Reynolds has provided draft. I mean, not draft for us, but I can take what he's provided and put that into a Flagler Beach ordinance and have it before you for the second meeting in March.
Okay. Does everybody feel okay with having an ordinance come before us, or would you guys still like a workshop on that?
I don't think we need a workshop, but city attorney, I would also look at what's on the books as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's when I say make it a Flagler Beach ordinance. Part of that is seeing what we have on the books and conforming it so that it would fit into our code. That's what I mean when put it together into a Flagler Beach ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, Mr. Martin, how about that, looking into chasing after some money in from that grant?
We can look at staff availability over the course of the next 3 weeks to see how we can move forward with an application.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I think we touched all the items on public comment, so we will go ahead and...
Sure.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Coy.
Just one detail I wanted to bring up. And city manager, you can maybe help me out if this is ready for prime time or not, but there was, you're working on something that the public could submit comments on that, could go straight to you and your staff so you can look at it. Was that ready to be rolled out? Because we have people like Mr. Tony and these other folks that walk around town that see things that could report simple things that could immediately get forwarded to staff to address. Is that ready?
Well, that's been ready. All of our phone numbers and email addresses are on the website and on our social media page, Facebook. There's a specific address for comments at cityofflaglerbeach.com that anybody can always send those comments in, and we will route them to the appropriate people.
So that is the email address?
Correct. It's
comments at
cityofflaglerbeach.com, and that's on every single city Facebook post that we put out.
And can we do a PSA on that?
Sure.
To get that out?
Yep.
Yeah, because there's a lot of folks that, and we see it in social media, there's a lot of folks out there reporting stuff, and then sometimes it filters its way up to one of us, and then we end up catching it and sending it to the city manager. But, if all the citizens are out there shooting that stuff in, it'd be very easy to just, delegate it to that department and since it's email tracked, use it as follow-up too.
Yeah, I mean, and if I could, one final thing is, just to be clear, the city does not monitor any Facebook sites. So we're not out there browsing the internet. So when people post something like, hey, I saw this on one of the various local Facebook sites, we don't know about it. So the easiest thing to do is send it to that email address that I indicated, or any of our city staff email addresses, or call us on the phone. And that sort of preempted what I was going to say, which is there's a lot of reporting incidents to Facebook, and I think a lot of folks, including some up here, do a good job of suggesting that it be routed to the city for that very reason. Just because it's on Facebook and those of us may see it doesn't mean the city sees it, but it's good. I think it's good, and I think a PSA would be excellent too for those who don't know that there is a way to report these things. Thank you.
City Clerk?
So there's also the My Flagler Beach app. There's the Report a Concern tab on there. It is basically set up now for code enforcement instances to report, but if you do put something else on there, we can route it to the proper staff, and we are working to set up the rest of that for other issues. As we're getting our staff full and bringing it up to par and working on that, we're going to work towards that as well.
Great, thank you for the update. Does anybody else have anything before we move on to item 6A for consent agenda? And 6B. All right. Does anybody have any comments or questions regarding the amended items on the consent agenda? No? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. All right, I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public like to speak on the consent agenda this evening? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, passes 5-0. All right, we are now on to item 7A. This is discussion of performance matters raised by Commissioner Bellhumer at last meeting on February 12th, 2026. I decided I made the call to go ahead and request to have this up. I think these were items that we need to address, and we need to go ahead and squish this and move on from this and decide where we're going to go. Before I pass this off to Commissioner Bellhumer, was there anybody else on the board that would like to speak to these? Go ahead, Commissioner Cooley.
Well, just in reviewing the material, there's a lot of different subjects covered, and it's kind of all over the place. And before we get into it, I'd like to kind of collectively frame the conversation. What is this conversation going to look like, and where is it going? I really only see the conversation going two different directions, and Commissioner Bellhumer, since this is your item, you can probably give us some insight on it. I only see this item going of, there's concerns that we're trying to gain information on or work out, or the other way I see this conversation going is this is a bunch of material and, Commissioner Bellhumer, you might not be happy with the job city manager's doing, and you're looking at that as just evidence of, what you're supplying for, a termination without cause or something. But I think what I would need to know, just off the beginning, is where's the conversation going? Can we frame this out, now, so we have a direction to go forward in? Because this is a huge amount of material to cover.
Commissioner Bellhumer?
Well, there's, I guess my biggest concern is how a certain hierarchy is being created. And it's been done so by creating a new organizational chart that, according to our charter, needs to be approved by ordinance by the commission to change it. And that's been done without that step being taken.
Let me ask a question on that point. Is
Yes.
the issue the departments themselves or the leadership of departments? The reason I ask is because your charter actually delegates to the city manager assignment of leadership. So if it's the person in charge, that is delegated by charter to the city manager. If it's creation, alteration, or elimination of departments themselves, that's the commission. So that's why I want to make sure that I understand what you're talking about there. If it's leadership, who's in charge of departments, that is delegated to the city manager. Let me read the charter revision that I'm talking about there, so you can tell me if that's the. I'm trying to understand the context of the issue, and it's 4.01B, direction by city manager. All departments, offices, and agencies under the direction and supervision of the city manager shall be administered by an employee appointed by and subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager. City manager may serve as the head of one or more such departments, offices, or agencies, or may appoint one person as the head of two or more of them. And that's why I ask, are we talking about the creation or elimination of departments, or restructuring of departments, or are we talking about who's in charge of the departments? Because those are two different issues under the charter.
Well, who's in charge of the departments and how?
Who's in charge is delegated to the city manager.
Well, okay, I'll have to find a page that has that.
It's the other section, I can read those too if that's easier. I got it here.
But I guess for
the other section that I think that Commissioner Belhum is referring to is 2.10B, which is in addition to other acts required by law or by specific provision of the charter to be done by ordinance. Those acts of the city commission shall be by ordinance which, 1, adopt or amend an administrative code, or establish, alter, or abolish any city department, office, or agency. And that's why I asked the question that I do. Are we talking about the departments, or are we talking about who's in charge of departments? Because who's in charge is delegated to city manager.
Okay, so what I'm reading is section 2-45, powers and duties of the city manager. It says recommend and upon approval of the commission make changes in any or all department organizations, including combinations, deletions, creation of debts, and transfer responsibilities between departments except where such changes would be in violation of city charter. So
that's what, are we talking about
I'm reading that
departments, or are we talking about leadership of departments? Because leadership of departments is delegated to city manager. And that's why I'm trying to frame the context of the concern. Is it the departments or is it the leadership? Because the leadership is delegated to the city manager by charter.
well, what am I reading here? It says
The departments. That's why I
transfer of responsibility between departments.
Between departments. So taking, if you have public works and engineering, for instance, and we say we're not going to have engineering's no longer going to handle these things, I'm going to give those assignments to public works. That would be moving assignments among departments. But to the extent that it is this employee is in charge of this department or multiple departments, 2.01 delegates that to the city manager to do. So are we talking about the departmental functions or leadership of departments? And that's why I asked the question the way that I do.
Really, both is what I'm...
Well, the reason I raise it is because one of those, by charter, is the city manager's, not the city commission's domain. The leadership of departments is assigned to the city manager.
Okay. Well, that's one thing he's given up, partially. We have our city engineer that's acting.
Again, let me read the language.
Can I just interject real quick?
Go ahead.
So we still aren't framing how this conversation is going to go. We jumped right into material. And my question is, purpose and intent of the conversation. Is this to seek understanding, bridge a gap, or is this to seek action? You know, what are we looking to accomplish? That's kind of my question.
I understand.
And that would be for you, Commissioner Belhumeur, is what is the...
Awareness to start with. I don't know. I'm reading this stuff and it's...
And that's why I raised what I do, just to make sure there's understanding of the charter provisions. I'm not trying to argue with you, I'm just making sure that all charter provisions are taken into consideration.
Okay. Recommend, and upon approval of the commission, make changes in any or all department organizations.
The organization of departments, what's going on interdepartmentally, which is distinct from why I'm raising the point that I am, the leadership of departments, because 4.01B, I'll read it again, I'll try to read it more slowly to make sure everybody catches it, but all departments, offices, and agencies under the direction and supervision of the city manager shall be administered by an employee appointed by and subject to the direction and supervision of the city manager. The city manager may serve as the head of one or more such departments, offices, or agencies, or may appoint one person as the head of two or more of them. The city manager has the power under the charter to assign employees to be the head of one or more departments.
Okay, so in the case of the organizational chart.
And that's why I was going to say, are we talking about what the departmental functions are, or are we talking about who's in charge of departments? Because those are two different things that the charter handles differently.
All right. Well, I have concerns about how some things are going wrong, and the city manager just makes excuses for the individual that's responsible. So that's where I was starting last meeting, was that with Legacy Point, for instance, there was a total disregard to current practices in the building department, and somebody stepped out of bounds and directed somebody in a different department. The whole process was just thrown out the window. That's been common practice and something that's been fine-tuned over the years. And I just think it's wrong. I don't know how you can get somebody to clear a property that has not been signed off by the city planner, for instance.
City Attorney, not to interrupt you, but City Attorneys, if you have any questions about this, this is on Exhibit P2, pages 98 through 108, if you had any questions regarding what Commissioner Belhumeur is responding to.
So here's where I have a problem with this specific title, and Drew, I'm sorry.
That's okay. No, go ahead, Al.
We as a commission are taking up something that happened between two department heads that's never been brought to the city manager, to my knowledge, or me, or in front of us. We're interjecting the political body. That is a direct violation of the charter.
I would disagree with depending on the context of it. You cannot direct staff, and you cannot direct city manager to direct staff in a certain way. But to the extent you are looking at a city manager's leadership style, that's the context that I think those are fair games. So it depends on how you're dealing with them. But just to say this subject matter is off limits, I would disagree with the breadth of that statement.
Right. But we are interjecting ourselves into a matter between two employees. That seems very odd for a political body, a legislative body, to be doing. So are we going to give the city manager direction on how to handle those two employees? Because we can't do that. So, I mean, city manager, have you looked into this and investigated and handled it?
Yes, and I would state that Commissioner Belhumer is wrong. Nobody went and directed staff outside of the limits. I'm not sure where he got that information from. And there was no building permit issued. There was no need for a building permit to be issued. It was for site clearing for which no permit was required, or the permit that was.
Was issued.
That is how the system works. When the applicant submitted the information and that it was input into the system, it automatically kicks out the permit form with the building official's name on it.
Well, I guess my question, city manager, would be, regardless of who issued it, was it valid? Did it meet all the criteria? Well, I mean, was there anything about it that operationally was not okay?
No, this was discussed with the applicant, the city planner, and the city engineer.
But it's, like the criteria to issue the permit.
Satisfied the Florida Building Code.
Okay.
Well, then I got bad information from the building department. 'Cause I was told that the planner did not sign off on that particular permit.
And the planner's here. And again, part of my question is, for the time that is spent in the building department, the planner and the engineer are right across the hall. Why didn't you talk to them?
All right. So, Drew, according to you, the organizational chart can be changed at any time by the city manager.
Depends on what those changes are, and that's why I frame my statement in the way that I do, because the charter provides for alterations, creation, and termination of departments. That's the city commission, at least to be able to approve that. So if you have departments created, going away, or responsibilities moving among departments, I agree with you, that should come to city commission. But if it is a function of what employee is in charge of any department, that lies with the city manager. So it depends on what part of the organizational chart we're talking about, which is why I asked the question that I did.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Let me offer insight into the organizational chart. In July of 2024, an organizational chart was presented to you all as part of the budget introduction to all of you. And then in July of 2025, the same organizational chart was presented to you. And so since then, since July of 2024, there have been no comments made about the organizational chart. And this issue was first raised by Commissioner Bellier with me on February 4th of this year. So I'm curious as to why it's been nearly 3 years without any comments about the organizational chart that has been presented to you as part of the budget when the budget was presented to you each budget year. And I can provide you copies of those organizational charts if you don't. Actually, I think one of them is at least included.
We were given
They're all there.
We have them.
Well, I don't think you got the one that goes back to the 24-25 budget year, which is identical to the one that was proposed in 25-26. So that one was, the original one was presented to you the first budget that I put together, which was July of 2024. No changes to the one presented in July of 25.
24 is on page 55. And then Penny provided everybody the full-size one of what we got now.
Okay.
And all of those in the proposed 24-25 budget and the proposed 25-26 budget organizational chart identify all of the boxes are identical with one exception. And the one exception is the box that labeled engineering under public works, which changed to admin. That's the only change between the two.
Another one of my concerns is the fact that we spend a lot of money on getting stormwater study done. And it was put together with the procedure or with prioritized projects that we could work on. All were quite costly, but that's been a little while now. And I just think that I'm concerned that we'll never get any of them done. It doesn't seem. I ask the city manager quite often what's going on with the 2,700 blocks of South Daytona, and I'm told, well, they're trying to find a path to route the water, but nothing's been done down there for at least a year, and so then finally, one of the last couple meetings I had with the city manager was he told me that Lee was looking at a grant to do that. I said, well, great. Get a grant for that and get that taken care of. What do we have in queue to do next? And then I was told to go talk to this city engineer. That's really not my job. I should be able to go to the city manager and get my questions answered.
Mr. Martin?
I guess from a procedural standpoint here, are we done with the organizational chart? Are we going to knock these issues off one by one?
All right, so does anybody, I'm going to go ahead and take this back. Does anybody have any questions about the organizational chart that Commissioner Bellhumer had brought forward? Okay. All right, so we can knock this off.
One topic before that too, is some permitting between department heads.
Okay, so we'll go back to that one, the Legacy Point cottages. I'll go down the line. Mayor, do you have any questions about Legacy Point cottages? Commissioner Spradley? Commissioner Cunningham?
In our construction standards, isn't it required to do a pre-con meeting on site before land clearing begins to make sure all of the perimeter boundaries are protected with silt fence and turbidity barriers before you even get a permit? Have the pre-con meeting to review all of the BMPs out there to surround the perimeter to contain everything on site.
I'd have to defer to the city engineer or city planner to find out if such.
Well, it's in there. That's what I'm saying. It's in there.
Would the city engineer or city planner like to come forward and address the question that Commissioner Cunningham has presented to the board? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yes, we had a recon.
You got a record of that you can provide?
I can get one to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Cooley, do you have any questions or comments regarding Legacy Point and the way the permit was signed?
No.
Okay. All right. City manager, anything else?
No, sir.
And city engineer, when can we expect a copy of that to Mr. Martin, when can we expect a copy of that to the board and for public record, so just for everybody to have that?
I can work with Mr. Freeman, get it to you, either as early as tomorrow or early next week.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'll pull it back here. I'm going to go through my notes here, see what our next item is. Okay, so let's see here. Documents presented. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Bellhumer.
Before we get away from Legacy Point.
Okay.
I built a few houses in town, and I know what the procedure's always been at the building department. And you can't clear a lot without getting a full building permit. Now I get that they did it a different way, but still, I don't get how you can start clearing a lot without the planners checking off on it. And it was not in the system that the planner checked off on it. That's a problem.
City Manager or City Planner, do you have any response to Commissioner Bellhumor?
No, sir, I do not have a response for that. A single-family residential home is different than a subdivision. And so we haven't really done many subdivisions since I've been here, and so we are applying some standards there. And before we can put a silt fence up, which would have been the very next item, it needed to be cleared. And so that's the normal procedure that happens. And if also the technical review committee, it was a full site plan that the entire technical review committee, including the building official and the fire marshal, and the city planner and the city engineer, and sometimes sanitation, to review the entire construction. So it didn't violate anything, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, I did have a question for you regarding Legacy Point Cottages. Do we have 2 layers of silt fence? That was part of the, I specifically remember this one, and that was part of the conditions that were approved for that community. Do we have 2 layers of silt fence present?
We can confirm that.
Okay. Because that was a big one because of the runoff from the construction site. Again, that was one of our conditions up here that the PAR board had brought before us. If I'm not getting those 2 mixed up, unless I'm mixing up the 2.
I think you may be mixing up.
Okay.
Pelican Point.
Okay. I know there's 2
Yeah.
kind of go. Okay.
Right.
Disregard that comment. Okay. All right. Commissioner Bellhumor, I know this is kind of your thing here, but what's the next item on your list? Is this number 3, item 1? Would you like to go ahead and address that issue with the city manager and the board here?
Well, the fact that, okay, we have, I believe that we have a city engineer with way too many things on his plate, and we're not getting things done. He was hired without meeting the minimum standards. And we're paying him top dollar. At one point, we paid him more than we did the city manager. We pay him $50,000 more than other cities, coastal cities. I don't understand how you can put a job description out there with minimum requirements, and then a person not meet those standards, and then pay them more money than anybody else in the city. And then, on top of that, give them all these other things to do as far as personnel, and then ask for another engineer because he can't keep up. I just think that's a failure. It's a challenge for our city, and our biggest issue in the city that I'm aware of is stormwater, and that was some of the minimum requirements that water, wastewater, and stormwater. There was supposed to be 7 years of experience there. And that wasn't true, but he got hired anyway. And I think that's not fair to the citizens that are paying the bill, because we're not getting things done.
Mr. Martin, would you like to speak to Commissioner Bellhumor's comments?
Of course. Mr. Freeman met the qualifications. He ran his own constructing business for 12 years, during which he was responsible for water, wastewater, and stormwater. So he had more than 7 years of experience. And it's been commonly recognized around here that if you have experience with home building, you are an expert with water, wastewater, and stormwater. As for his salary, I think the salary chart was approved unanimously by the city commission back in October. It was approved unanimously by the city commission. No comments were made to withdraw anybody's salary or reduce anybody's salary. So, salaries were approved by this city commission.
All right, I'm going to run it down the line again. Mayor, do you have any comments or concerns regarding this item?
I do not.
Okay. Commissioner Cunningham?
Yeah, the whole process of the hiring, we have a policy where you post it internally for 5 days, so city employees can have an opportunity to throw their hat in the ring. But on the 23rd, June 23rd, last year,
Mr. Chairman, I think Commissioner Cunningham may be confusing the engineer with the project manager.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I am.
Okay. Did you want to touch on the?
No, that's coming up, I guess.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Cooley?
My only question is, this goes back to framing the conversation, is what is the intent of this conversation? Is it just you don't like the engineer? Is that, and then what?
We're not getting things done as a city, what we promised. We spent a lot of money on that stormwater study, and then we spent a bunch more money to get it prioritized and certain projects described, and we haven't touched any of it.
Okay, so you're referring to the capital projects that were budgeted the last budget cycle. Is that what you're referring to? Like, which specific capital projects that we budgeted for are not getting done to your satisfaction?
Stormwater projects.
All of them?
Any of them.
Mr. Martin, would you
Gotta
please?
start somewhere.
Mr. Martin, would you please, and maybe the city engineer could come forward and, just again, for transparency purposes and, getting this out there, would you, either of you please mind coming to the podium and explaining to the, here to the general public and those listening at home, what projects have been done this budget year so far, and where are we moving, and what's been, to Commissioner Belhumer's point?
Let's go back first to the McKimmon-Creed study that was done. That was phase 2, that was prioritized, and that included approximately $43 million worth of projects. Nearly all of them are in excess of $1 million. And we pull in approximately $1 million of stormwater fees each year. So if we stay at that rate, in 43 years, you're right, we'll be done. And that's if no new issues come up. And that's why city staff is working on how are we going to fund the big ticket items that are included in the McKimmon-Creed study. But we've been working on lift stations, we've been working on maintenance, we've been working on swales. We had a project that was ready to go forward on Palm Circle that we didn't go forward with. We have a project before you tonight on the budget to dredge a pond. That's a stormwater pond. We have other projects coming forward to improve the swales or maintain, enhance the swales in the Venice Park area. So there's a lot of work that is being done. But the big ticket, high dollar items, you're right. We got to figure out how we're going to pay for them, because it's a $43 million, and I think the first 10 projects, you're talking $20 million in there. But it's all, the McKimmon-Creed study, it's online. There's still I believe the portal is still open for residents to post stormwater issues on the McKimmon-Creed portal, which is available on the city website as well. But stormwater is going to be a challenge. I mean, again, nearly 50% of the city is in a flood zone. And this will never be hurricane-proof. And with regard to South Daytona, I think in the last nor'easters, there was no flooding experienced on South Daytona in that block because of some of the work that the city staff has done. Is there more work to be done? Absolutely.
Commissioner Coy?
But I just want to make sure we're talking about real, tangible things. We set a budget with capital projects way back in the summer that got approved in the fall. And we said, these are what we want done. here's the money to do it. And if that plan isn't getting followed, I mean, granted, we're 1/4 into the year, but if that plan isn't getting followed, then I would have a problem with it. And that's why I'm all ears about hearing what on that specific plan is not getting followed. But if we say, oh, well, we have stormwater problems and we're just not getting stuff done, I mean, that would be our fault then, because it didn't get budgeted and it didn't get put into this year's plan of stuff to get done. And that's why I'm trying to figure out, again, framing this whole thing and going, where is this going? Are we talking about we're not getting enough, is this just a generic, we're not getting enough stormwater stuff done? Or is this we have a problem with the engineer? Or is this a problem with we're not following the budgeted capital plan that we made? And I'm not hearing anything clear, and I guess, you know, if Commissioner Bellinger, if you could just kind of elaborate what it is, because I would not expect to hold the city manager or the engineer accountable for things we didn't ask them to do, nor give them the money. I mean, one of the last projects that was brought up was for, I believe it was Palm Circle, and it got voted down because we didn't like who was doing it. I think it was going to be a third party, it was getting subbed out with budgeted money, but we wanted staff to do it. I think the thought process was it was going to be a money savings.
It just wasn't practical. We've got other areas that can be worked on, and other stormwater problems that can be solved. But not if we waste the money like we have on South Flagler 3 times. It's better this last round than the first 2, but it just keeps getting done over, and it's a waste of money. Let's use the stormwater money on things that'll make a difference. And it doesn't necessarily need to be in the McKimmon Creek layout, but if we didn't use it on Palm Circle, then we can use it somewhere else. If we had the money in the budget to use it on Palm Circle, then we got the money to use it somewhere else that can make a difference. 2400 block of South Daytona, for instance. All you got to do there is dig some conveyance swales and get it to the drain, and that water won't sit in that road for 3 days after a rainfall. I'm not talking about nor'easters and stuff. I'm talking about a heavy rainfall. They got to go down there and put barricades in the road because you can't drive down it. I just so we're trying to help the people out here, and I remember you up here arguing hard about let's get something done as far as stormwater goes. And so far since then we've got some studies done and pretty much not much done beyond that.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing then is this is more of a request to reevaluate the capital plan for the year and reprioritize and maybe add to it? Because they can't do anything that they don't have the money for. That's up to us to put into effect. So do we need to take a look at the capital plan?
Circle wasn't specifically in the budget.
It had to have been. It was a budgeted item.
City manager?
Actually, no, it wasn't. Not specifically, but that's part of the stormwater maintenance. That's where staff tackles issues that they believe don't rise to the level of capital. You've stressed that you want maintenance done, so that's what city staff is doing. They're working on stormwater.
That was maintenance, okay.
But the reference was made to, we've spent this money on the McKimmon Creed study. That's the $1.5, $2 million, $3 million projects that we don't have the money for at this point. So city staff is working on figuring out what our options are moving forward, whether it's a revenue bond, whether it's a general obligation bond. But at $1 million a year, we're not going to get very far in tackling the most significant stormwater issues facing this community.
When phase 1 of McKimmon Creek study they did, when they got done with it, they came in here and did a presentation. I was in here, out there, and they identified low-hanging fruit. They even said that there was a lack of maintenance with the city that wasn't getting done.
And I've went out and looked at all of the low-hanging fruit they identify with pictures and latitude and longitude to pinpoint exactly where it is. And there's maybe a couple of them that have been done. And there's still no maintenance going on. And when there's no maintenance, that's when you have major problems and you have to do a major overhaul, like no maintenance on the pond that's on the agenda tonight. No maintenance. If there was maintenance, you wouldn't be having this problem at all. Where's the maintenance?
The maintenance has been neglected by the city for decades.
Yep.
Now staff is catching up to it.
All right, does that address your concern, Commissioner Cooley? Okay. And Mr. Martin, maybe in a future meeting, maybe you could bring again some more projects to us of those low-hanging fruits or that we've, have been discussed in the past, and we can start maybe getting some of these things done, and, that might be one, additional projects that are within budget means this year, and begin, again, tackling that maintenance.
I will share with you tomorrow the 7-page report of the city engineer's weekly project report that details all the efforts that are currently ongoing. So 7 pages long.
Thank you.
So can we value engineer parts of this McKinnon Creek? I mean, do we have to have curb and gutter everywhere throughout the city? Can we kind
That's
of
something
do?
for engineers to decide. If you want to address it effectively, that's what the engineers are saying. But again, yes, you can value engineer. We will move forward with design efforts and things like that. And when it comes to you, if you're not satisfied with that, we can always value engineer it or downgrade things. But that's what the professional engineer, that's what his project priority list identified.
Okay.
Well, the people are screaming. I mean, it's more about stormwater than anything. So
Commissioner
just
Cooley?
wish we could get some traction to move forward.
But to Commissioner Belhumer's point, we did agree multiple times over many years that if there is a affordable project, meaning it's not multi-millions of dollars, that we would pull from reserves to get those done. If it, if it tackles a high priority area, so that is a standing. I mean, we've had consensus on that many times over.
For years at least.
Yeah, and that's a very valid point, and there's a good amount of money in reserves to tackle some of these high-ticket projects.
All right, Commissioner Belhumer, I believe we're on item 2.2 now, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking here on I'm trying to go down the line of your list of items so we can address these.
Oh, well, no, I'm
Okay.
going down this list.
All right, go ahead.
So the next one's departure from hiring policy, project manager, and more. So John seemed to be geared up to talk about that. So
Commissioner Cunningham, would you like to speak on that topic of the hiring of the practice of the project manager?
yeah, like I said, the posting went up internally and externally the same day and the same time. The external posting came down, was removed 2 days later. The internal one stayed posted until the 30th. That was 5 days. And in between those 2 days, an outside application and resume came in, and there was even an interview during the 5 days when it was still posted internally, and a hiring letter that following Monday to come to work for the city. How many applications did we get in 2 days or less?
We received no internal applications.
External.
External, I think we got the one, and that person met our qualifications, and the city was about to embark on the 2 most significant projects in the city's history with the pier and the wastewater treatment plant. The gentleman filed for veterans.
Enough time to, which one was it that external wasn't posted for the full 5 days, or the internal wasn't?
I believe it was the internal. Correct me if I'm wrong. No?
Internal was posted, and if we go back to the concerns that were expressed about Mr. Freeman, the minimum qualifications for the project engineer was a college education. There are only 4 to 5 of us on city staff that have college educations. There was nobody internally qualified for the job description as written. So that's why when we got a qualified employee, we hired them. That's been a problem we've run into in before, where we have an attractive candidate, we linger, and the candidate takes a job someplace else. So we had somebody that met our qualifications, and yes, was known to current city staff, so we hired him.
Okay.
All right.
Let me just elaborate on one thing here real quick. Back in November, I sent city manager, city engineer, and the commission and the building official an email about not getting city jobs done without having permits. And right now we have 2 more ongoing without the city having permits to do. One of which is the Wick Line Playground, and the other is the Fifth Street parking lot. Neither of which have permits.
Again, are we wrapping up the one?
Well, I was going to say, can we finish with the hiring practice of the project manager before we jump to that next one? Commissioner Belhumer, is that okay with you?
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Cunningham, do you have any other comments or concerns regarding that topic?
I don't think you should automatically reject someone because they don't have a college degree. You could do in lieu of experience, because there's plenty of people out there with college degrees that are working at a Jiffy store somewhere. That's just the way it is. I don't have a college degree. College degree of Uncle Sam is what I got, and that's where I got all my experience. And to eliminate or not even consider someone because they have experience because they don't have a college degree, that's poor.
City manager.
But I'm going to ask, my question back is, the issue was just raised that I didn't follow the minimum hiring qualification for the city engineer, but now it's okay to ignore the minimum qualifications for the project manager? At what point, I guess that's where the dichotomy comes in. We had minimum qualifications for both the engineer, which he met, and we had minimum qualifications for the project manager, which he met. Therefore, both were hired.
I think maybe the point that's being missed in this, and if my suspicion that could be wrong, were those qualifications set by the commission or were those administratively?
They were set administratively.
Okay.
Commissioner Coy?
I guess I don't know, I don't know what brought this to us and what action we are supposed to be taking on this. And I keep bringing this up. Where is this going? What's the point of this? Because no employee has come forward to date that said, I didn't get this job opportunity because I was snubbed from this process. No one's done that. I saw stuff in these documents saying there was a chance that maybe an external candidate could have not been interviewed or something like that. But here's the thing, and I know this just from hiring thousands of people in my past jobs, like, you pre-screen, you go through applications, and you pick the ones that fit your criteria as a hiring manager, and then the other ones are put aside, and then you interview your strong candidates, and then you move forward. You don't interview every single person that applies. That is not a requirement. And I don't know what was on the other person's thing. I don't know if they're even the ones that, I don't know why this is in front of us, because what action are we supposed to be taking right now? Like, and that's where I keep asking, where is this going? What are we supposed to do with this?
Commissioner Spradley?
And I think it's a corollary to what Commissioner Cooley has been asking. I wonder the same thing. I've gone back and looked at the packet of documents that Commissioner Belhumer provided us both last time and this time, and there's a little summary sheet
in front of about 6 different categories, which summarizes what his beefs are. And at the bottom of each of those summaries, there are words to the effect of, this warrants independent investigation. That's one of them. Another one, this warrants further review. And this discrepancy warrants further review. So I'm kind of stuck with that. Further review by who? Further investigation by who? And I'm just not sure what's being asked and what we're going to be doing going through all these things, if these things warrant further investigation with some unnamed source. And I would just like to try to get to the point of what Commissioner Cooley suggests is, what are we doing here? What are we supposed to do? And who's going to be doing a further investigation? Thank you.
All right. So as far as I'll give you my thoughts. I think that we do need to, you and I have had this conversation multiple times now, and I'll put it out here on the record. We need to have an auditor come in and look at these policies and procedures we have in place. I understand to Commissioner Cooley's point, I do hiring as well, and yeah, we have to pre-screen a lot of people, and to Commissioner Cunningham's point, you're right. A college degree, I hire people without college degrees. They've turned out to be great employees. But they had to have a willingness to learn in different things, and again, that's your call how you want to go and do those things. But again, I do believe that there is some just based on some of these other things that have come to our attention, there definitely needs to be better record keeping. That's 100%, and there needs, and this is giving you direction. I'm not giving anybody else direction. So just so the city attorney hears that clearly for the record. But I'm giving you this direction. I believe also that, again, I would like to see an internal audit of some of these practices that are happening, because, I think what's being presented before us here could be alleviated if we had a little bit tighter grasp on some of these things. And, and I'll go on. I digress. Commissioner Belham, how would you like to proceed with your artifacts that you've presented here before the board?
Jeez. Just got me screwed up here, so I don't know exactly where we are.
All right. We last stopped on the hiring for. Yes, thank you. 2 jobs, no city permits. The Wickline Park, and I believe it was the South 5th Street parking lot. Is that right?
Yeah, South.
Okay.
South 5th. I had sent out an email back in November after the several projects had gotten started without permits being completed. The roof on City Hall, the pier got started without the permit being picked up. The garage door on the fire station. And now I just asked politely to please try and make sure that our project manager knows to get permits on projects that the city's doing themselves or having done. And that's continuing.
Okay, City Manager.
It's not something I had in here, but.
Do you mind addressing those 2 issues?
Sure. According to Section 553.79 of the State of Florida Building Code, we only need a permit if we're demolishing a building. So we just took down the playground structure. No permit was required for that. When they go to install the playground equipment, they will be required to get a building permit because there will be footings and all that placed down. We do have a grading permit for the 5th Street parking lot.
Okay. All right, I'll run this down the line again. Mayor, do you have anything? Commissioner Spradley? Commissioner Cunningham?
I'd like to see the permits.
Okay. City Manager, how soon would you be able to provide those to this board?
Well, there's only one permit right now, and that's a grading permit. I can get that for you tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
If you're grubbing or disturbing ground, you gotta have locates and you have to have a permit. And you don't clear a whole piece of property before you put silt fence in either. I'm sure Mr. Belcher would probably tell you that as a developer. You clear the perimeter, then put your silt fence in, and then clear the rest of it. That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Cooley?
This permitting discussion wasn't even part of the agenda. I mean, what are we doing? Is this just an agenda to complain? Or, I mean,
What would you, so, okay.
This, we have to decide where is
Yes.
this agenda item going,
Correct.
and we're gonna spend 4 hours just blanket gripes.
So we've had an opportunity, this was sent to us on Friday of last week to review. Commissioner Belhumer put together his findings.
And permitting was not part of the agenda, yet it's now being discussed. I don't get it. So going to permitting, who's required to get it, the city or the sub?
It depends on who's gonna be handling the project.
Is it part of the bid package where it says you have to get a permit?
It's on behalf, it's always on behalf of the owner of property, so it would be city, it would be on behalf of city, even if it's by sub, it's on behalf of city. So it
Right.
is the owner's obligation when there's a permit obligation.
I'm just trying to figure out who's in charge of that. I'm also trying to figure out why this is now a conversation and what we're supposed to do with this. Do we need to come up with a policy that states that the sub, it's part of the bid package, they have to work on the permitting, or, again, we're up here debating without a purpose.
All right. What would you like to do? How would you like to move forward, Commissioner Belhumer?
Let me just go over it. There was a problem with when Mr. Maceo got terminated, that his personnel file or the paperwork that he was handed was different than what was in his personnel file. And what happens with whoever did that? Does that just go away like it never happened, or I'd like to know. I think somebody should be held, should be accountable for having changed something that's the personnel record.
Both documents are retained in the file only because they are public records, but one is designated as the official one, which is the one that was provided to Mr. Maceo. That is the official record in his personnel file.
All right. All right. I'm not going to dig into this any deeper.
Okay. So, no further action. Where do we go from here?
We cover city business.
Over city. So, no motion, no further action.
That's up to the Commissioner Belhumer.
Commissioner Belhumer?
No, I'm good. Just forget it. What about your emails that were?
Sure. So a lot of the emails I sent, again, was working with the city manager on those emails to get some answers to a lot of the same. I think a lot of the same things were sent to him that were similar to the artifacts that were brought forward by Commissioner Belhumer. I'm just going to get to your mine's buried here at the bottom of the stack. And I think some of the items actually were brought up earlier tonight about some of the safety concerns and some of the things that were happening out at on South Central here in South Daytona. Sorry, I don't know where my paperwork went now. Do you have a copy of that I can flip through? I had mine printed.
Yeah, it's just, I guess.
But
That's your stuff here, right?
Yep.
Mr. Sherman.
Yes.
And I'm going to have the same comments for you.
Sure.
So you have a document that covers a huge spectrum of
Yes.
there's actually 25 questions
Yes.
of material embedded in that. And
Yes.
it covers everything from why wasn't a cone put over a hole, to wire extension cords being used at First Friday, to just on and on. And what, so the question of that is, are we going to cover this? And
Well, no,
what is the intent?
Yeah, my intent was to get answers on some of these things that, I hadn't heard really some clear answers to, and I just had, a few concerns about, item 10 was one that a little, concerned me a little bit about the threat of, litigation against a resident from our, city. I can't get involved in day-to-day matters, but there were things that were brought to my attention that kind of just startled me a bit. And I put this on the agenda since Commissioner Belhumer was bringing this up, so I figured we would just go ahead and, air this all out now, come up with some sort of decision. If it's just, hey, give city manager direction on, we need to get this right. We need to have better policies in place, have a third party come in and, like I said, review some of these things. That was where my head was at with some of these things.
Are you wanting to cover all 25 of these topics?
I would just like some sort of response within a reasonable manner. So then we all have this. Should this be brought again to our attention, we can, address these matters with the concerned constituents in which bring these matters to our attention. I've spent a lot of hours with different residents, hearing them out, because that's our job, right, to represent the people that put us in these seats. So I'm just, trying to listen and be an ear to them, and I'm also wanting to have some sort of response to address the issues at hand. So that's what I was trying to get to. As far as, again, I want to move forward with this. I want to, squish this, and, like I said, we've got a lot of other big ticket items here as a city we got to address.
Chair, can I make a recommendation?
Yes, Mayor.
Would it be possible to have city manager and staff formulate documented responses to that and share that with us within a reasonable time frame, so we don't have to go through
Yes, that would be wonderful.
line by line tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
So
That would be my suggestion.
and I guess the difficulty I'm having is this was sent out in mid-January, so, there's been a timely amount of time for some sort of responses. But, as to, move forward with this, if we can just have some sort of response to provide to the public for, some of these things that were brought to my attention. And again, I think there's a little bit of bleed over here between some of the issues that Commissioner Belhumer brought forward. Just need a level of transparency. That's all I'm asking for. And so we can address these things and, again, move on with this. And, again, I think a lot of it's optics, right? If you're I understand, that people are entitled to breaks, their lunches and different things, but I think, again, as you know, I tell you all the time, I leave when it's dark and I get home pretty late, so your crews and things like that are already kind of in for the day. So I don't see a lot of the things that happen, but I think it's the optics of it all sometimes that, people bring these things to my attention. So again, I was just trying to get this addressed, but if at the direction of the mayor, Commissioner Spradley.
I get the general tenor of what you're wanting to do.
Yes.
But when you say you want full transparency here, a lot of these questions, it was brought to my attention, or someone mentioned this to me, and I would like to know because the resident mentioned this to me. Isn't that part of it as well? Don't we get to know who?
Right, it was brought to my attention in confidentiality from the resident, and I've given them their confidentiality that I wouldn't, bring that before the city manager. That's.
I think it's good information. The agenda item was to, discussion of performance managers, or discussion of performance matters, for the city manager. And I think a lot of this is very, very granular about, somebody had a city vehicle that stopped at a convenience store at some time and then sent you a photo. So if our public works crews are out in the middle of summer digging holes, are they not allowed to stop and get a drink?
I agree. No, I understand. Like if they're out working, they have breaks and things like that. But I think the timing of some of the things were brought to my attention. And again, I don't get my hands in here. I'm not driving around. I'm not seeing what happens day to day around the city. So again, I'm maybe a little bit behind the. A lot of you guys are here day in and day out during the working hours of the day. So I don't see these things. So when these things are brought to my attention, it's just I want to, again, listen to the constituents that put us in these seats and bring these forward to the city manager's attention.
I get all that.
Yeah.
But is he doing a bad job if somebody uses an extension cord at First Friday?
I think that was brought to my attention due to there was some potential electrical hazards there, and I guess my point would be, can we look into that, get that looked at, and just some simple, some ground ball answers that would have I'd been able to field to them and say, hey, look, thanks for bringing this to my attention. Here's the city manager's response. If you're at the next First Friday and you still see it, let me know. I'll bring it again to the city manager's attention.
Let me address that. Those cords have been out there for First Friday for decades. It's not going to change until we completely redo Veterans Park.
Right.
So you can set that issue aside.
I was going to say, if you don't have extension cords, you don't have First Friday when it starts. It can't happen. That's how you power things. Unless you're going to require everybody to operate off their own battery system or something like that.
Still a liability, though.
Absolutely, it's a liability.
Yeah,
And that comes into risk management. Is the city willing to take that risk? And at this point, staff has no concerns or minimal concerns with the fact that there's extension cords running for First Friday that have been that way for years.
You would have had heart attacks if you would have seen the first couple of years that decked the chairs.
Oh, I know. One of the things caught on fire. I know. Okay. So you have the questions. I would just like some responses to the mayor's point, just to be able to give these to the residents to address the concerns that that continually come to me, so I can give them answers because, again, they're my bosses.
And again, they are free to reach out to city staff, so they don't need to use you as a middleman. Sometimes you start to question what is the ulterior motive if they don't want to come forward with their complaints.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't want y'all to think I'm badgering you.
No.
If we're going to talk about something, we either need to have a policy change, a course of action. Is this a disciplinarian discussion? I'm just trying to wrap my head around, all right, where do we go? And what's the end game of each one of the discussions? So I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm trying to figure out for myself what is if we don't want a particular thing, like somebody didn't put a cone over a hole sometime. Okay, now what? Where does this go?
Right. I understand that. I think what I'm looking for is somebody to come in, look at our records here, get better practices, tighten some things up, because I think there were some, things that were exposed that we need to get tightened up on. I think we need to find, city manager giving you direction, again, strictly you. I think we need to secure up some of our holes here in city that could be potential liabilities. I mean, I think we've gone numb to some of it. So that's where my thoughts are. Just looking for some things, some other outcomes, some things to tighten up. That's where my head's at. I think we need to start moving forward, and it's the optics of it. So just tightening some loose ends up around town.
And I agree with that. I worry about the other side of the coin, and I'm going to be the one to say it because I've been presented with this. There's groups out there that think all city employees are just terrible, sit around and do nothing. And they are going and they're doing 1 million records requests, and they're pulling every single email and every documentation of every single thing, running around taking pictures of, I think somebody might have done this wrong, and they're shooting this stuff to us. And they probably don't send a bunch of it to me because I'll turn around and I'll say, what do you want me to do with this? And, other than fire somebody, which I can't do, I send it to the city manager, and it usually gets corrected without any issues. But and I think that's where a lot of this stuff is coming from, I don't know. But our employees, for the vast majority of them, are great people, and they're doing a great job. And I worry that every email they send, they're going to have to sit there and think, is this going to come back on me? Is some commissioner going to have my email up on the dais reading it and, saying I'm a terrible person because of how I worded something in a way that how it was taken out of context? Or if I drive 21 miles an hour down Central, am I going to have my picture taken and get reported? Or if I want to get a drink because I'm working in 90-degree weather and I happen to stop with a city vehicle at a store to get it, is that, are we helping the employees? And that's kind of like what I'm really worried about, this whole, because I'm looking at this whole overall thing and your stuff, and I'm not trashing it. There's valid concerns, but the flip side of that coin is, we're so worried about standing up for some employees that we have all these examples and everything while we're trashing them That's not okay. Not all the employees are terrible, but yet when I get an inch and a half of paperwork that kind of says that, it's implying that, more or less, I really worry about that because there's a lot of good folks. They're trying to do all the right things, and they might send an email and one word will be wrong, and sure enough, now we're going to be talking about it up here as an agenda item. I think it's nuts, and honestly, I think it would probably help some of y'all to filter some of that. I'll just be the one to say it. They can hate on me all they want on social media, that's fine, but I mean, there comes a point where you gotta let people do their thing. And some of the stuff that I'm seeing just seems to really be browbeating and, micromanaging wouldn't even be the word. It's even more than that. And when we're looking at every text and every email and every phone call and every single thing somebody does every minute of the day, taking pictures and all that, I mean, come on. Like, I think just we as a body need to support our employees, and if they're doing something wrong, then let's acknowledge it and have frank conversations about it, but we can't spend hours on end talking about how terrible our employees are because they're good, and they're doing a good job. And some of them, are they the most fully qualified, best individuals for the position? No, but they're learning, and they're probably trying their best. And, at some point, you gotta have a little bit of grace and let them do their job. In my business, that's how I do it. But I just worry about the other side of the coin, and I thought it just had to get said.
I agree we got very good employees also. I think there's a lack of direction for them, is what my opinion is.
Does anybody else have any comments or concerns regarding this matter? Mayor?
While we're going down this path, I think we have some of the best city staff and employees a small city could have. And they've done nothing but support me 100%. And anytime I have questions, I get answers either through city manager or it's filtered to the appropriate staff person. With Eric or Commissioner Cooley on this, it's scary to see what this could potentially do to our current staff members as well as anybody in the future. They're going to take a look at our city and do they really want to come work here? So I just wanted to thank all of our city staff and our city manager for what I consider to be a job well done. Thank you.
Commissioner Spradley, do you have any?
Echo what's been said. In the 3 years since my office moved right next door here, I happen to find myself here a good bit, even if it's just to get some chocolate that Holly lays out there by her desk. So I've gotten to know a lot of employees on an informal basis, and I'm very proud of those employees. And I also feel that the staff is second to none. I disagree about direction. There's always ways we can all improve, whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it's anybody here. But I like the staff very much and the direction that they have from management. Thank you.
Commissioner Belheimer, any other comments? Okay. All right, so we'll just, does anybody else have any other comments before we move on from this item? Okay. All right, we'll move on. We will now move to item 7B, which will be in your packets. It's item 8A, and that's ordinance 2025-30. Oh, yes.
So it's not confusing, you can just refer to the item
Okay.
that it is on the agenda.
Okay.
It's okay.
Thank you. All right, allow the chambers to clear out a little bit here. Thank you.
There's public comment on this matter.
Do you guys want public comment on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we'll open up for public comment on this.
Daryl Reynolds, 322 North 11th Street. I have become a stormwater expert I've been flooded 3 times, and who I hold accountable are the commissioners, okay? Dale's been here 2.5 years, if that. We've been asking, I mean, most of the people here probably here for the same reason. I started coming to city meetings after Matthew, and we had a problem then. Nothing's been done. We do the same, we pay for the same studies over and over again. I mean, a lot of stuff that should have been done has not been done. I've heard it from all of you guys, and it just rolls on. I mean, it's not something that we check off the box. I mean, you know, I've got a drain in my yard, and nothing's been done with that. I'm going to flood. I know I'm going to flood. I brought it up multiple times. The houses that are being built next to me are higher than mine, so obviously the water's going to run my way. I mean, we let developers in. They're going to build higher because you're going to flood. I mean, you know, if you don't build higher, you're going to flood. I know more about the elevation than anybody in this room because I've applied for it 3 times. And the commissioners should be more involved in the stormwater. I mean, there should be more involvement. Y'all talk about it, but it never gets the attention it deserves. I mean, water's rising. We know that. I mean, I know I'm going to flood. There's nothing I can do about it, really, other than tear my house down and go up. But to try and put this on Dale or anybody else, I mean, I wouldn't want his job. I mean, you guys got to take some responsibility. I mean, this was a huge waste of time. I'm telling you that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Yeah, again, on along the same lines, that study was done, and yes, we were given options to raise our house and apply for permits and everything else. We did all of that. We filled out the paperwork, and it just went dead. So there's no follow-up, and I'm not blaming just you. This for the whole room. There's no follow-up when these things happen. And yeah, sure, we're in a flood zone. I get it. But that doesn't mean that every time we get a hard rain, that our roads fill up with water. Our yards are full of water. I mean, that's not a flood zone. A hurricane comes through, I got it. But there has to be something that addresses this. I'm told there's drain pipes underneath the ground that got crushed, and they just left. I don't know. But nobody has given me a straight answer on what we're going to do or how we're going to address it, if we're going to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Rich Phelan, 255 Ocean Palm Drive. And, you know, I've gone through the documents that Mr. Bellihumer provided. It's online. And sitting here, I feel like I'm on a different planet. I don't know what you, I mean, I don't know. The city attorney didn't look at the documents. You have to ask Mr. Bellihumer if there was a change in organizational chart. There was a change in organizational chart that was supposed to go in front of the board here. Didn't you look at the documents? Now, to Mr. Martin's defense, he said, well, I snuck it into a piece of document and you guys didn't notice it. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but wasn't that organizational chart supposed to be brought up formally to the commission for approval? It wasn't, from what I understand, and no one here, no one up there is challenging that. I'm dumbfounded. Now, Mr. Martin saying, you know, Mr. Freeman is certainly qualified because 12 years of construction, and he's installed sewer systems, water systems. Well, you know what? I've done the same. I've installed up to 6-inch potable water systems, but that doesn't qualify me for commercial sewage. It doesn't qualify me in Florida. You need the level 1 to 4 freshwater system license. Does he have that? Is he qualified? And again, none of you challenge this. I'm dumbfounded. I'm on a different planet. You know, another thing that wasn't brought up is the procurement. I looked at the procurements, and there's procurement fraud. And you know, quite honestly, thank you, Mr. Bellihumer, for putting this forward. I wish you could have verbalized better on this, okay? But I see a serious problem. Now, when I took the ethics course for my master's degree, one of the things that brought up and that was mentioned, you know, which was profound and it's so easy, Warren Buffett said, If you don't want to see it in the front page of the newspaper, don't do it, okay? I look at the charges or the you know, and the specific things that Mr. Bellihuber brought up. I wouldn't want to see any of that stuff on the front page of the paper, okay? And I think it's the responsibility of this board to fix it, okay? Because I wouldn't want to see that on the front page of the paper. And quite honestly, if I were in industry, Mr. Sherman, you work for a college, 11,000 people, right? If that happened to you, if it was you on the front page of the paper, I'm sure the college would have fired you. And here we are, we're talking about what are we going to do? You know, we're going to slap them on the wrist? Yeah, I'm just disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
I'm going to take the 351 Palm Circle. So first off, when it comes to the engineer's qualifications, I'm a professional civil engineer. I applied for the city engineer job. I am sure as hell happy I did not get it. Because come on, all right? Civil engineers are often experts in a field, all right? And there's many, many aspects of civil engineering. You cannot expect one person to be an expert in roads, wastewater, utilities, electricity, like all these different buildings, structures. Like, I mean, there's geotech, clearing. I mean, there's so many aspects. And when we take an exam to be a professional engineer, we focus on one discipline. Mine was transportation. All right, so yeah, I didn't get the job because I wasn't qualified. I didn't know stormwater. I didn't know wastewater. I think your engineer does. So first off, I wanted to go to bat for him. Second, as someone who's been here for a couple of years, what I've seen out of the city manager has been someone who is driven, someone who really does care about this city, and someone who does get stuff done. I would rather him be a little too aggressive trying to get things done, maybe not necessarily run every single thing by the board and get things done, rather than just having to ask for permission to do every single thing, because we would never get anything done. And we have a process for this. He has a yearly review. He just went through it. He passed. He got a 3-point-something average, so he's doing okay. Obviously, there's room for improvement. Mr. Belhumer, I know you gave him a slightly lower score, but it was still a 2.9, which is the highest end of the needs improvement bucket. So it's like, why are we doing this now? There's a process for this. And I'm very frustrated about Palm Circle. You mentioned doing projects on the McKimmon Creed study. You mentioned low-hanging fruit. You mentioned maintenance. The project that the city manager brought to you was on the McKimmon Creed study. It was a low-hanging fruit, and it was maintenance, and you guys voted it down. And I understand, let's try to save some money and have our own staff do it, but you know what? It's not done. They don't have time to do it. And it was just going in and scooping out some swales, as you mentioned tonight. So very frustrated as a resident. It's not, yes, we don't have it as bad as some areas of town on South Daytona, but when it rains heavy, my backyard floods. My neighbor's backyards flood. If we get a really bad storm, like the nor'easter or hurricane level, we can't get out of Palm Circle. We're trapped. Okay, the front end floods. I'm not complaining. It's part of living here, but it is an issue, and if we can take care of it, let's freaking take care of it. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Freeman, and thank you for all that you do. I know it's hard, but let's get back to business. Thank you. Thanks.
We got 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Colleen Kuhn, and I'm actually a resident of Palm Coast and a proud employee of the city of Flagler Beach. And I apologize because I'm nervous, and this is a risk for me to stand up here and talk. Good leaders put people first. They create a positive work environment, gather feedback from others, develop trust, provide a clear understanding of expectations, and hold people accountable. They lead in a way that demonstrates support for employees to perform at their best as individuals and to work collaboratively as a team to serve the organization and community. For me, these attributes describe City Manager Dale Martin. I find Mr. Martin to be very knowledgeable about municipal government and its operations, skilled at identifying challenges and effective solutions to address them, successful at developing and maintaining relationships with stakeholders and community partners, highly engaged in and with the community as a whole, effective in communicating performance expectations, open to giving and receiving constructive feedback, willing to accept responsibility for his actions, receptive to new ideas from staff at all levels of the organization, compassionate, understanding, and supportive. Mr. Martin has been very approachable, a good listener, and willing to offer me feedback, information, and recommendations that support me in doing the best possible job each and every day on behalf of the city and the community.
Mr. Martin has been a driving force behind meaningful and measurable progress. That momentum reflects a sustained commitment to strategic goals, responsible stewardship of public resources, and continued improvement in service and delivery. By maintaining momentum, we ensure that initiatives and movement beyond planning and into execution, that accountability remains at the forefront, and that positive outcomes for our community are not only achieved but sustained. In a small town like ours, where reputation travels faster than the tide, the choice you make tonight will echo far beyond this room. The future of our city deserves stability, not uncertainty. In times of disagreement, leadership should be our anchor, not our casualty. Thank you for everything that Commissioner said tonight, by the way.
I didn't prepare anything, but I just wanted to say public records have been requested, many of them from my office, and I can say that if you don't understand the totality of a record you receive, you can read just about anything into it. On the procurement, if they'd asked me for the contract and the RFQ in there, they would have seen that negotiation for the projects individually was built in. It was an RFQ for various services. People applied. The list was approved by you, the elected officials. All of them were vetted, their histories, their other jobs, and staff was to select from those lists to speed the process of the repairs you've asked for along. I can't read minds. I can't give every record. I give what's asked for. That's it. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. RJ Santori, Cumberland Drive. There is a process for this, and tonight I got another stack of papers dropped on my lap tonight. I'm sure as well as you did. And it doesn't give you any time to review. I've gone through the documents, and it seems like there might be a couple things that need to be addressed, but the process it's gone through doesn't seem like the correct process. And I did appreciate Commissioner Sherman's email to Dale. I thought those were fair questions, and I look forward to seeing those answers. But thank you. And it's been a pleasure meeting with you, Dale, about my concerns. Thanks. Anybody else for public comment? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. All right, City Manager, okay, go ahead.
I'll work with Bob. Yep. 2303 South Flag, right? We'll have city staff meet with you and talk more about the process and what the conditions are down there. So, if you wouldn't mind scribbling your email address, or I've just got your address, we'll find a way to get in touch with you. Send me an email. Yeah. Okay. That's all, man.
That's it. Commissioner Coy?
Just overall comment. So I don't like having agenda items without action. I'm sure y'all are picking up on that. But if I came out with anything out of that, I'd like to request that we schedule a capital project stormwater workshop. Number one, to evaluate what we have, and number two, to see if we can get anything additional into the workload that can be pulled from reserves, because we still haven't done it. And we keep talking about it, and the citizens have absolutely called it out, and for good reason. But if I've come out with anything out of this discussion, is to get that workshop to just look at what's on the books. Is it the right thing? What can we add? Let's get it, let's get whatever we can done. I know there's $43 million worth of projects, so, you know, I expect that we can probably tackle at least 3/4 of that by next month, but no, I'm kidding. There's stuff we can sink our teeth into.
And you kind of jump ahead to city manager comments at the end of the agenda, is please look at your calendars for either April 1st or April 2nd, and that's where staff is preparing to schedule the annual goal-setting session, which will involve a complete and thorough review of the capital plan, as well as your vision statement, as well as your 10-year plan, which is included in your budget document, and then we'll get into the capital plan. So that'll give us a chance to look at the overall philosophy, whether we still adhere to that, whether we want to make changes. We'll look at the 10-year plan. There's things in there that no longer make sense due to other outside agencies, the state or things like that, but that 10-year plan, which was adopted by the city commission, I believe it goes through 2032. So it must have been adopted 4 or 5 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. But please, we will send you copies of that again, but please look at our annual goal-setting session, an all-day session, on either April 1st or April 2nd.
But just for clarity, the stormwater workshop that I'm requesting would be preferably before that and not part of that. I'm talking about getting stuff on the books this year.
Oh, we'll have stuff, no, we'll be able to review.
If y'all are okay with that.
We'll be able to review, but there's really not a lot of time before.
Yeah. If there's too much to talk about in strategic planning, we can talk about stormwater, but I'm talking about what can we do this year in budget.
That's already in the capital plan. We can share that with you.
Yeah, but that's what I would want the workshop to be around.
Okay. All right. City
Tomorrow.
No. Tomorrow.
Yeah, real, tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, preferably, you know, as soon as possible. Because if we can move anything out of reserves and get something going and get some contractors here, if there's a way to do it, we need to do it this year.
All right, so we're on to item 7B, ordinance 2025-30. City Attorney.
Ordinance 2025-30, an ordinance to the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, approving the First Amendment to the lease agreement between the City of Flagler Beach and Grandview Flagler Partners, LLC, care of Mr. Raymond Barchet, providing for conflict and an effective date. This is before you on second reading. The change between first and second reading in your agenda package is page 296 of 684. And it was the language added. The one issue from first reading was there was a request from the commission to add escalator language for the renewals, and that's what you'll see there at the top of page 296 of 684.
City Manager, did you have anything else to bring, or should we go ahead and call Mr. Barchet forward?
I have nothing to add. I did have a brief conversation with one of the Funky Pelican representatives. I don't know, Kevin here? Yes, he is. So, no, the city attorney has handled most of the discussions with their attorney, so I welcome their comments.
Would the applicant like to come forward with anything for us this evening?
Good evening, everyone. For the record, Jessica Gallo, Cobb Law Firm. That is 1 Daytona Boulevard, Daytona Beach, Florida. As noted, there are only slight changes from first reading to second reading. You'll see that language. I think your page numbers changed. But overall, we've built in at that 10-year period a look in comparison of the rental rate to the consumer price index for the southern region for urban consumer products. And we've allocated that if the rental rate, taking out the proceeds of shared sales over $1 million, if you include that, we're never close to CPI. We exceed it well beyond. So setting that aside, if the base rent increase of 3% is over 1% of that CPI rate, then we will adjust the rent accordingly to match that CPI in 0.5% increments year over year until it's met. So that is what we've pulled in based on discussions with the city attorney.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant or city staff regarding this matter? Okay, looking for none, we'll go ahead and look for a motion.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-30.
Okay, second. We have a motion and we have a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Anybody from the public like to speak on ordinance 2025-30? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Spradley.
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes, the motion.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. You guys have a good night. Thanks for your patience. All right. All right, we are now on to, let me see here, I've lost my, okay, was that the pre-annexation agreement, Veranda Bay? All right, City Attorney?
Yes, sir. And just the question is, do you want me to read all three ordinance titles, and are you going to consolidate all the items for presentations?
Yeah, I think that, is the board okay with that?
Worked well in the past, it seems.
It looks like it's, what, 2021, 23, 24, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and read those titles. When I'm done reading those titles, just as we've done at the other meetings, I will go down the line. I know there may have been a little less information, or your phone lines might have been blowing up a little bit less on this one than the last, but I don't know, so I'm going to go ahead and go down the line. If there have been any other ex parte disclosures to make, and again, if it's like the last time, if it's the same things we were discussing here, you can just let me know. I've heard from the public, I've heard from the developer, but it's something that hasn't already been discussed here. That's fine. But again, remember, the purpose of these disclosures is let anybody who's on one side or the other of the issue an opportunity to hear what you've heard in case there's a need to rebut. So I'll do the ordinance titles, and then I'll go down that line if that's okay with the board.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Ordinance number 2025-21, annexation of Veranda Bay, application number PAN 250001. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, to annex property to be included with the corporate area and city limits of the City of Flagler Beach, providing for the annexation of no more than 210.7 acres of property described in Exhibit A to this ordinance and lying in the areas proximate to the existing city limits of the City of Flagler Beach, Flagler County, Florida, providing for annexation in accordance with the voluntary annexation provisions of Section 171.044 Florida statutes, providing for annexation of real property, amendment of corporate city limits, providing for rights and privileges resulting from annexation upon land uses, providing for effect on ad valorem taxes, providing for effect on businesses and occupations, providing for effect on businesses and occupations, providing for conflict severability and an effective date. Ordinance 2025-23, Veranda Bay Comprehensive Plan Amendment, application number PFLUM A 25-0001. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending the Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map designation for approximately 233.92 acres of certain real property, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. And ordinance 2025-24, Veranda Bay rezoning, application number PRZ 25-0001. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending the official zoning map designation for approximately 234 acres of certain real property, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and I'll start down on that end. Are there any ex parte disclosures between last meeting and this meeting that need to be disclosed? I'll start with Commissioner Spradley.
And I have had interaction with the public, and nothing outside of what our discussions have been within chambers have been discussed.
The same items that have been discussed, brought here at the podium, those are the same issues that have been discussed outside of the meeting. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
And are you able to make a fair and independent decision on the facts here tonight?
Yes, I am.
Commissioner Pelican.
Yeah, I too talked to many people, but nothing new that I can think of.
That we haven't already heard in here?
Correct.
And are you able to make a fair and independent decision on the facts as they're presented in the hearings?
Yes,
sir. Chair?
Yes, same as Commissioner Spradley and Commissioner Belhumeur.
And also able to make a fair and independent decision on the facts that are presented during the public hearings?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Same, able to make a fair and independent decision.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooling?
Same. Can make a fair and independent decision.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. City manager, city planner, and then would you guys like for the applicant to come forward? Or
Lupita would like to go first.
Okay, go ahead, Lupita.
So I won't repeat myself from the first reading, first commission meeting, public meeting. Staff recommends that the City Commission approve the pre-annexation agreement and annexation ordinance 2025-2021 as it meets statutory requirements of Chapter 171. It's consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and with Senate Bill 180. Staff recommends that the large-scale future land use map and text amendment be approved as it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, Senate Bill 180. Recommends the City Commission approve the amendment from unincorporated land use designation to the City of Flagler Beach land use designation of low-density residential. and general commercial, and recommend that the City Commission approve the limiting site-specific policy text amendment. And staff recommends the City Commission approve the Master Plan Development Agreement for Veranda Bay, finding that the rezoning to be consistent with the purpose, goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Flagler Beach Comprehensive Plan. Rezoning is compatible with the land development regulations, is consistent with the uses and character of the surrounding land uses, and rezoning results in a logical, timely, and orderly development pattern is compliant with Senate Bill 180, as the developer can propose to use the property under a set of self-imposed restrictions that are more stringent than the city's general zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have anything on this matter?
No, sir.
Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward?
Good evening, Michael Schmenta for the applicant. We've been through this presentation a few times. I don't know if you want to go through it. I'll ask you if you'd like to.
Would you
or
guys,
if you want to talk about specific issues?
how would you guys like to proceed? Would you like the applicant to go through this presentation again, or are there specific questions that you all may have pertaining to this second reading?
I don't think we need to
go
Same
through
what
it.
we've already seen. I don't guess we need to.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, I'll go down the line here. I'll start on this side. Commissioner Cooley, do you have any questions for the applicant or city planner regarding these ordinances brought before us?
Yes, just for clarity, what you and I discussed, we had a consensus about the formula. If the applicant was to sell land off, that entitlements would have to change, or obviously density would go way up, and that was to be put in this. So
No, that's Summertown.
oh, we're just talking about
Veranda
Bay
Bay
only. All right, then I'll hold that for summer.
But yes, that has been addressed with the developer.
Okay.
Yes, that issue has been addressed with the developer. So
Got it. So
you're
gonna
just Veranda Bay.
present whatever that is when we get to it.
They have provided it to me, and it has the language from your motion.
Okay.
But it's not on your agenda tonight. We're not talking Summertown tonight. You know, Summertown tonight is the county conflict resolution. But yes, that issue has been addressed.
Okay.
When we left here with Veranda Bay, there was the issue, in Summertown, when we left here last time, there were some discussions about where the county was, and the dispute resolution procedure, and particularly the environmental sections. I believe so. Is that better? I'll lean into it.
It's the motorcycles.
Bike week. We should be used to that by now. But, you know, I sent you all an email last week after Monday with the commission, so I think we've resolved all those matters with the commission. And I think they declared that there was a dispute resolution was concluded, so I know that's on your agenda tonight too. But as it relates to Veranda Bay, we continue to move forward with this and ask for your approval on both the annexation as it was originally proposed to you all some time back, and I think it was August when we first made, or maybe it was December when we came back with the application. And as it relates to the PUD, I don't think we've had any changes. We have not had any changes since we met before. So we'll sit back and answer any questions that you may have. We have Lindsay Haga, our planner, to demonstrate that both the comprehensive plan has been reviewed and approved by the state. You know, when last time we met, that it goes up to the state for a review, and they do a 30-day review. Well, it came back yesterday with the state, and the state agencies, just for the public purposes, review a project of this size, and they had no comments as it relates to the project, and as it relates to the PUD. Lindsay and your staff, your professional staff, will also testify to you that it's all consistent and compliant with your land development code, your comprehensive plan, and charter. So with that, we'll sit down and answer any questions that you may have, or after the public comes up, we can answer any questions that they may have.
Right, do you have anything else, Commissioner Cooley?
At least one county commissioner has signaled that the county, if this gets approved, the county was going to then restart the dispute resolution process for Veranda Bay. Can you speak to that? What knowledge do you have? Have you talked to their attorney? Where is that sitting?
So if you go back and you watch Monday's dispute resolution procedure, he specifically said that all the issues with both projects were resolved. We have an agreement with them that you might have become familiar with, that where Mr. Belshi and the developments are participating in the ongoing maintenance and future repairs to John Anderson Highway, which they said was their concern. And in that agreement, it specifically states that the county is waiving, I could read it to you, I'll paraphrase it, but basically waiving their rights or claims and won't participate in lawsuits against the city as it relates to these specific ordinances. So that'll be before the county commission, I believe, next Monday, or maybe the Monday after their first meeting in March. And so we believe that that's been resolved. Those have been the representations by county administrator and the county attorney. And as it relates to other commissioners, I'm not aware that they have any intention to do that. That may just be that one commissioner's, veiled threats or desires, I guess.
Right. That document that you're speaking of, do we have a copy of that?
No, and from the sound of it, it sounds as if that's going before the board, so it's not an approved agreement yet.
That's an agreement between the developer and the county to where the developer will pay periodic payments to the county as units come on, whether it's commercial or residential units, and the intent is to mitigate any ongoing repairs that the county may have.
That's the stipend agreement, right?
And that's going before the county commission on Monday?
I don't, it may not be much.
But it's going before them for approval.
Yes.
It has not been approved by the commission yet.
It has not, but it's been approved by staff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Yeah. 118 lots in there, right? On the, what's already developed, and
122.
122? Do all 122 homeowners or lot owners, are they aware that they're fixing to be annexed?
Yes.
And so they're all 100%? No.
I haven't.
There's not a single individual that could come back and sue because nobody told them. So it's been presented in the CDD meetings, monthly CDD meetings that you have to do for CDDs.
Mr. Cannon, I can tell you with certainty that I have not talked to all 122 lot owners, but they are aware of it and they're contractually obligated to do it. And your attorney, our attorney, and the county attorney have all reviewed that. So I'm not sure, I'd be very candid with you where you get your information from, but this has been vetted by many, many attorneys and legal experts.
Well, I got my information for myself. I just know they all have to sign for a voluntary annex. That's it.
All right, Commissioner Belheimer?
I believe I heard that nothing's changed in this document since the first reading.
Yes, sir.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Spradley?
I've had my questions answered between the last meeting and this meeting, so no more.
Mayor?
I'm good.
All right, I just had one question. This is more for, not for you guys, but more for the city staff. So again, I think there's been some, pretty serious concerns brought up before us about water consumption and different things. What's our plan look like? I know we're up, I think the email that was sent to me was we were up 31% from last year this time with our water consumption. Does that sound about accurate?
Correct.
Okay. What's our plan, moving forward? And that's the only thing that really just, are we going to be able to have some sort of agreement where it's like, okay, we're going to have the availability of water to keep pace with, however fast development comes our way, that we would have the water capacity to, ensure that we have the wells ready to go and, we almost have like a surplus in some ways to ensure that we have that consumption ready to go. This is a really hot topic, and it is something that, I'm a little concerned about as far as, we're going to be able to have the water ready at the rate of consumption. I don't know if 31% year over year is a common occurrence or if that is something of, normal based on the, level of development we've had. I don't know if either one of you would know that off the top of your head. I know it's kind of a maybe rather difficult question to ask you right off the top of to have that readily available for me, but.
I can share with you, this was presented to you in the email today, that the report you said that we're up 31%. According to Mr. Raymer, we produced about 600,000 gallons of water last month for consumption, and our current operating capacity of all our wells is a little over 2 million gallons per day, and we actually have an operational capacity of over 3 million gallons a day. And that does not include the likely addition of at least 2 or 3 more wells. So current operational total well capacity right now is over 3 million gallons a day. Operational capacity is 2.25 million, and we're using basically a quarter of that at 600,000 gallons a day.
And we have enough well sites based on what we have before us with Veranda Bay to.
Correct, we have several wells proposed, well 17, well 18, well 13R, and well number 19. So we have 4 wells, at least 4 wells in the works, and we're currently operating off of, it looks like it's 4 wells that are currently operational.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, that's all I had. Anybody else before we open this up to the public? No? All right, I'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Anybody, members of the public are welcome to come forward and speak on this matter.
Are there 1 or 2 public comments for this? Sorry.
We'll do this one, we'll bring it back to the board, and then we'll make a motion, and then we'll open it up one more time.
Okay, so when the county was going to enter conflict resolution, Commissioner Spradley spoke before the board and said, appearances are everything, and I couldn't agree more. What's the appearance when a sitting commissioner takes 6 maximum allowed contribution amounts from the developer, or those related to the developer? $6,000, that's thousands of dollars more than what we're used to seeing in these elections. What's the appearance when that same commissioner led the way to take away the citizen vote on large-scale annexations? What's the appearance when you're working with the developer who sued a former commissioner and others for speaking out against their development? What's the appearance when you stopped using the thorough, coordinated state review process where state agencies had time to review and could formally object, and instead elected a faster, expedited review process where agencies can only comment and not offer objections? What's the appearance when the Marina birds show a 50% increase compared to the renderings we've seen, where the renderings show 100, yet the master plan development shows 150. If you took away the citizen referendum, our vote, you took away the citizen referendum, our vote, and I've heard you be open to bringing it back, at least a couple of you. Why don't we let the elections on Tuesday decide the city's path forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Charlie Morrow, 40-year resident. I've been here for every meeting for 2.5 years. You guys have been bashed all night, so I'm not getting on you. I like all of you. But I don't understand. We've had 2.5 years, and I don't see any concessions. This is the same plan that was presented 2.5 years ago, and you've heard our comments about what we don't like about it. But it's like me and the other citizens who are against this, and I still think there's a majority of them. We're fighting 2 fronts, the development and you guys. I mean, nothing comes back to us that, hey, these guys gave up this, and they were going to build 2,400 lots or houses, and now it's only 2,200. No, that's not what we were asking for. And these things about we can control progress, and I thought, if Palm Coast guys, they could build a 20-story hotel. I thought, okay, well, this is great. But then I saw how, it was only 3 to 2 vote, or whatever it was, to get rid of the referendum. Why? Maybe you can tell me. There's going to be more people living over there than here. They could get commissioners at the next thing and get 3 commissioners and get rid of the 35-foot height restriction, right? I mean, isn't that true? I thought these things were written in stone, but they're not. I mean, you'll have 2 hearings on it, but it only takes 3 commissioners. I mean, we've lived here, right? And those folks that are going over there, they don't hear this crap we talk about every week. If I was buying a new house, I wouldn't hear about me flooding all the time. It's not, their interests are going to be different than ours. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. He has every right to get as much money as he can get, and they can start their life over there. I got that. But I feel like we're giving up what makes us different. And this isn't benefiting. I know you talk about the property tax, but you all know the legislators are going to knock down this property tax. They're going to. In the meantime, my flood insurance went up 48%. How is 6,000 more people going to make my flooding better? I don't know. We hear about we can't do this, we can't do that. Now, we can't do it now. How are we going to do it when it changes with that development over here? And the marina. I go once a week. I fish where that marina's going in. That is going to change the face of the intercoastal. That's blasting a hole into that.
That's marshland in there that absorbs water. It's dry a lot of times, but it's supposed to be. So when we get excess moisture, it absorbs it. If you've got a Marina basin in there, what's it going to do? It's always full. I just don't, it's going to happen. But maybe you all can tell me what concessions that we've got in 2.5 years. And every yellow chip showed up. I've been, and I get how it works. And I get it, I'm old. And I like it the way it was. But I accept the changes that are coming, but it just seems like it just, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Chairman, Commissioners, John Tanner, I represent Preserve Flagler Beach and Beulah Creek, Inc., a nonprofit. And first I'd like to, it's something had not heard before that, I don't know, I'm not sure I understood Mr. Schminto, but I've not received any information. I've been in touch with the commissioners and with the county attorney that all the signatures have been collected. If all the signatures, which means every single resident, has not been collected, then this city is going to be looking at the potential and the probability of a lawsuit by the county because it would be an illegal annexation. And I have spoken with 3 of the commissioners, and they would support a lawsuit against the city if, in fact, the signatures have not been obtained. We have also, because it's Veranda Bay, it's different, of course, from the other side of the road. Veranda Bay is just now being considered, and dispute resolution is the next serving on the table. Because I also know that the majority, or at least a majority of the commissioners have indicated they would be interested in dispute resolution with the city again to open the door for potential litigation. So I think if you rush through this, you're going to wind up with a lawsuit that the city doesn't need and the county doesn't need, and the dispute resolution process has not been implemented because the annexation has not occurred. The county attorney has been telling the county commissioners, been telling me that until the city annexes, that they would not begin the initial request for the dispute resolution. But if you vote to annex tonight, it's my opinion that the county is going to begin the dispute resolution again, and it's going to not only hinge upon the signatures, but several other challenges that the commissioners have. So I think we're rushing to a collision that doesn't have to occur. This should be tabled until the county has its next meeting and makes their decision as to what they're going to do if the annexation goes through without further ado. Now, let me just ask a simple question. Why is Flagler Beach interested in annexing the other side of the river? Doubling the size of the city, doubling the size of your problems. Population has never supported itself. It just doesn't. Palm Coast is not interested. That's a straw man. Palm Coast has said over and over again they are not interested in this property. They've made that clear. And we're trying to solve the city problems as it exists now. You're going to be doubling the city with a bunch of people that don't live here, that don't have roots here, and it would leave the people on the island, as we call ourselves over here, really with a minority. And we hope that you will not vote to annex this property tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Me again, Rich Phelan, 255 Ocean Palm Drive. This whole annexing thing of Veranda Bay is very complicated. Mr. Sherman shared with me email his reasoning. Mr. Spradley at the Q&A at the Women's Club kind of hedged on on what has become obvious, that really this board was kind of duped into thinking that Palm Coast was going to annex if we didn't. So we needed to rush. We needed to take the boat away from the citizens of this city, and you guys made the decision. It's been clear now that that was not true. Also was mentioned that, you know, we're going to have this 20-story building looking at us across the river, and then Flagler Live actually did some research and said that Palm Coast actually has the same building codes as we do in Flagler Beach, which restricts it to 35 feet. So I'm not sure where that came from. Anyways, you know, my deep feeling is that this is going to go through because you guys really don't see it the same way I do. But I hope that if this does go through, that all of you agree to return the boat back to the people, and where we're doubling the citizenship of this city, that you reduce the 5% to 1%, and then maybe you know, it'd be a change that we could live with. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Caleb Hathaway, 505 Johnson Highway. Couldn't agree more with the gentleman before. I thought that was something to point out through this process. Obviously, the west side is the west side. You guys decided to pursue that. But I do kind of I'm disappointed with the sentiment that Palm Coast was going to rush in here steel. I feel like it kind of gave the wrong impression to people, made it kind of feel like you know, you guys had to jump on it or it was going to be gone forever. I think, though, something I would like to just kind of, the word that really described my feeling, because we're at this, you know, we've done how many meetings, and I've come up here to say my spiel over and over again. I feel like I'm kind of talking to brick wall sometimes. Sometimes you guys listen to my conservation stuff, but it just feels disappointing that we've reached this point and there's no concessions. It doesn't really feel like there's a compromise. And in someone who's really aspiring to look at the future and the grand scheme of things of the state and how we're going to change going off, you know, we look back 40 years of how development practices have been done and how that continues. I mean, you drive through Veranda Bay, you're like driving through Miami. It looks like you're driving through Nocatee. It looks like you're driving through Orlando. This is the same old stuff. And I asked my question, you know, how many more times are we going to do this? And I get it, it's the east side, you're adding, you know, 200 more houses, but 200 more houses, I mean, you're going to put condos in this area that's so tight, and it's like, you know, I like innovation, I like sustainability. I think there is a place in this world for this stuff, and for smart growth. I feel like people are approaching it in a better way, in a better light. But, and I'm actually kind of for condos. I think there's an effective way you can use multi-use commercial dwellings and actually approach that in a way that it maximizes the area and reduces green space impact. But when you put condos next to 2,000 homes, it doesn't really mean it's changing much. So it just feels like you're really squeezing it in there. And so that's what I think this whole project has been. And it really feels frustrating to see it just really nothing be alternated or fixed or anything come forward to actually change and fix how we're looking in the future. How is this generation going to be impacted? I'm inheriting these issues as in all Palm Coast and Flagler County and what they're doing out there. It's all going to fall on me and my generation. And, you know, I hope that this eventually does change and that we don't just keep squeezing our areas and we actually try to look at things in a more innovative light, try to maximize our land and use it sustainably and smart, and not try to overload our infrastructure to make it a bunch of issues. As we've already seen earlier, how many issues can be caused by countless of things going on. So yeah, I think you guys should vote this through tonight. I hope you guys can reconsider, table, ask for lower units, but I don't know what's the point, because every time I ask this, obviously they want to put their units in, and they seem to do that. And so, again, in a world where I feel like we should be pushing back and trying to minimize the impact on natural environments and infrastructure. It just doesn't seem like this has been anything but. They had 400 homes originally, now it's 2,000 plus, so they've gotten everything they got. I'm glad that there's progress being made on the west side for conservation. I think that's incredible. I wish I see more. So just remember, in 20 years, the decisions you guys make here, people remember them. And when frustrations come up, and I really hope they don't, I hope my concerns aren't verified or validated. It's going to fall on you guys' vote, so do what you must. But thank you for listening. Thank you, Tom.
All right, bring this back for. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm asking if I can read the whole piece of paper and not be shut off at 3 minutes. I'm going to talk as clear and fast as I can. I have been following this project for both sides of John Anderson since I bought my home in 2006. At that time, the proposed smaller, less invasive development was acceptable to me to want to live near it. I'm not smart. I do have some common sense. In my opinion, I strongly believe that Flagler Beach has bitten off more than you can handle. People will not fully realize what damage this will cause until it's too late. But you don't care and your minds are already made up. The overbuilding in the area is overwhelming and you want to add this to it. You took away the residents' voices and their votes. Since there has been issues with this development that has residents, or took away, here we go. Development that has gone for 9 years. Doesn't that speak volumes that something isn't right? You don't have to reinvent Flagler Beach along with it. If you know any of the history of what this developer proposed initially to the county, you would know that the extreme project, or the 17 pages from the TRC of problems with it in February of 2019. The county tried to control this disaster. They realized what devastating effects massive, overdeveloped monstrosity would be for this special area of land. But reasonably building was granted. The county scaled it back to a few houses on both sides and very little commercial, not allowing high intensity and incompatible building. In my opinion, the excuse used that Flagler Beach had to annex because they didn't want Palm Coast to get it first was fabricated. The only real issue was who was going to supply the water and the sewer. Yes, there were talks between Palm Coast and the developer, but only because he's involved with developing 5+ other projects in the county. The previous mayor proposed to make changes so she could vote along with the commissioners, and as the mayor's term was ending, a letter was created begging the developer to annex. The current city planner has also been introduced to this project for only a few years. No background on the past issues and definitely no history of this area. Now there's been a push for ultra-urban development to a podunk town that is very similar to the projects she pushed in small areas in Utah and Georgia. The city has not only undone everything the residents in the county have been fighting for, but have given them 4 times the development density they originally wanted, and also giving them extreme zoning and building rights to the land that will carry on with no expiration, no matter who owns the land in the future. You have the control to prevent the mega building. The Marina is in its own monster and has to be addressed and postponed. When did it expand and get its own project name? You can annex, but do not have to agree to all of what they want to build. You don't have to reinvent Flagler Beach along with it. It seems every time the project is postponed or questioned about anything related to this development, the documents, agreements, plans, etc. somehow get altered in some way that always benefits the developer.
Thank you. I gave you an extra minute and a half. I appreciate your time. Thank you. All right. Anybody else for public comment? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I'm going to go ahead and address one thing, and then I'll pass it off. Actually, I want to, Mr. Chimento and Mr. Belchi, would you both please come to the podium here? I'm going to go ahead and ask you both a question that again, I've said this on the record, and I'll say it on the record again. You and I met you guys for the very first time. When did we meet? We met right over here at Sunbros. It was what, 2022, 2023?
It blends together. Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear with me, our initial conversation was that you all were going to annex into Palm Coast, correct? You guys were in pretty far discussions with them, and our basis of our initial conversation was that you wanted to ensure that we were going to provide you water, correct?
100% correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and, go ahead.
Did they have anything they wanted to answer?
Did you want,
Before you get back?
do you want me, yeah, did you guys have anything else before we?
No, I mean, a lot of the comments that some made have been addressed in the PD, and we've talked about them.
And so again, just so I'm clear, and again, for the public, that was the initial conversation we first had in 2022, I believe it was, around December timeframe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, to be very clear with those who refuse to learn the facts about this, we had made a petition to annex into the city of Palm Coast. As part of that process, as you know, the city gives notice to the county, right? The county then gave notice to Dale, correct, Dale? And you wrote a letter to them, and it was about at that same time that Flagler Beach approached Mr. Belshey. So we were in the process of annexing into the city of Palm Coast.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that's all public record.
Yes, I just wanted to get it again for the.
But it's just amazing hearing all these people go, that wasn't real, but
it's 100% factual.
Yeah.
I've sworn in here, I'm not lying under oath, so thank you.
Yes, and we were having discussions with Palm Coast and your staff about how to resolve services, because Flagler Beach did provide water, and so Jason DiLorenzo and the city staff were having conversations with your staff at that time while we were petitioning to annex, and then you all took your action, and Ken decided to participate with you all.
Thank you both. Thank you.
While they're up there.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't even make you guys.
I don't want to open up a can of worms or a back and forth. Y'all attorneys have different viewpoints, but I was wondering if you could respond to what Mr. Tanner was talking about, though, because we're hearing two different versions.
Can I be candid?
Unless,
so, you know, to be very candid, very frustrated, disappointed in Mr. Tanner and his continual misinterpretations, sometimes fabrications of the law, and it's been very frustrating for you all and put you all in a very precarious position. For example, stating that it was all a fabrication, that we weren't annexing into Palm Coast, and I just explained to you. The issue about the county, I don't think the county has taken any action one way or the other. I know there is a commissioner that voices an opinion about those things, but I can provide the agreement. I can read to you the agreement that Michael Rodriguez and I are sharing as we were, you know, earlier tonight about resolving that issue, and it talks about the county waiving claims against annexation. Now, one commissioner, I guess, could possibly sway three others to take action. There's nothing we can do about that, but the county has not taken any action to move forward.
Can I elaborate on that? Because, excuse me, Drew was at the meeting here a week and a half ago when I sort of got frustrated there, and Mr. Rodriguez clearly said to Drew, if these 5 issues were resolved, that the county would get out of the way of everything. I mean, can I ask that of Drew?
it was said.
And
none of us can bind commissions until the commissions vote, but yes, it was said.
It was said, and the only thing that we left that meeting with, still unresolved, was the issue about the ESL property purchase. And so we had 2 subsequent meetings to that one where I agreed to give the county an additional year to purchase that property, and we hammered out the details of the, for lack of a better term, transportation impact fee that we're going to charge over there and submit to the county. And Mr. Rodriguez was very clear that those things, once agreed to, which we did, satisfied the county's concerns. There was a special county meeting on Monday that I think most everyone's familiar with, where Mr. Rodriguez presented that exact story to the commission, and the commission voted 4-1 to end the 164 process, essentially getting out of the way, and the only thing left was to hammer out the fine points of that agreement. So I think the way to clearly demonstrate that that's where the county is there is no one here from the county that I'm aware of, none of their staff that has been here in the past. Adam has been here, Adam Mingle. Also Sarah has been here, the attorney, and at times others, but there's no one here from the staff of the county, and that is because that's what they said. We resolve these issues, and we're getting out of the way. That's what they did. That's what they voted for on Monday, which was to resolve all matters around all these, both of these developments. So, did I say all that correctly? That's, yeah. And Drew, you were there, and that's what Mr. Rodriguez told us, and I believe he's an honorable person. He knew what he was talking about. So.
If I can add, before we move off of that topic, if I can add to that, to answer the underlying question that Commissioner Cunningham asked and that members of the public asked, the signatures on behalf of the sold units are developer's signature pursuant to the term in their declaration of covenants. That fact has not changed from first reading, the same one we discussed then. So if there is litigation, it is a litigatable issue. I believe that there's good faith arguments on both sides, but that will be an issue of first impression if it is litigated.
Commissioner Coy? Well, Mr. Belchie was up there.
What's that? Okay.
I don't like throwing last minute curveballs. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this. There's been a lot of public concern about the scope of the marina, the amount of slips that are actually in the water. Is it even possible to reduce the amount of slips, from 150 to 100? I don't know if that model would even work or not. I figured because of the amount of focus our citizens have had on that, there's been a lot of concerns brought forward. I figured it'd just be worth an ask and to get your thoughts on that.
A marina needs a certain amount of units to operate effectively and efficiently, and what we've said is 150 maximum, and we are, if this goes through tomorrow morning, we're going to sign an agreement or a proposal to get a feasibility study done, and we would not want to do anything more than what the feasibility study said that that the area would support. And of course, we couldn't do anything more than what we could get permitted from the Corps and others, other agencies that are in the deal. But I would certainly like to be able to make it an efficient operation. And if that meant more than 100, let's say that the feasibility study came back at 110 or 20 or 30, I'd much rather do that than to build something that couldn't, effectively provide the amount of services and all that. Because, we're asking for a restaurant, we're asking for a commercial in there. We'd like to have a restaurant, like to be able to sell fuel. You have to operate at a certain level to be effective. So I would ask that we not do that.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have anything else, Commissioner Coy, for developer?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Just to address some of the questions here, so I think that might have answered Mr. Santori's questions a little bit about the marina. We'll open it back up for a second round, but we address Mr. Tanner, Mr. Morrow, concessions made. Mr. Martin, did you have anything about any concessions or anything like that would have been made?
Not off that, but I'd just like to reemphasize the point that you made, that if anybody's interested, you presented this as a public exhibit before, is if anybody wants to see it, they can ask me and I'll email them a copy of a letter on November 16th of 2023 to, at then time, Ms. Denise Bevan, the city manager of Palm Coast, indicating that yes, the city has the capacity, recognizes the interest in annexing the subject properties into Palm Coast, and that the city does have the water and wastewater capacity that we would provide under the terms of the Water Rears Agreement. So if anybody wants a copy of that letter, even though you have had it before as an exhibit, I'll send them the letter.
Thank you. And I guess some of the other questions that were asked by Mr. Morrow, as far as the commission, the board being reset, I would assume, as this development grows, I would assume that we would look to, I can't speak for everybody else, but look maybe to reset some ways and district the city. If that comes into play, we would have some sort of charter amendment of sorts, I would assume. Would there be something that we, at a future meeting, where we would set that to a certain level for homesteaded? How would we go about doing that?
It is, and at a certain threshold, it may even become required.
Okay.
There's a certain population UCC is going to districting because it's actually required.
Okay.
One other comment also about the 35-foot height limit, that is enshrined in the city charter, so you guys cannot change. Now, to the point that's made, is you can expand the exceptions to the 35-foot height limit, which has gotten us in trouble, or that's been a contentious issue before, but the 35-foot height limit itself is enshrined in the city charter.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Just to make sure that the point isn't completely lost, though, that means that it would go to referendum of the voting public, of the electorate,
right?
Which would, upon city growth, would include those votes too. So that's the other side of that coin. Yes, you cannot make the decision, but the total electorate does. And so if the concern is, well, the makeup of the electorate changes, that's where that concern still could lie with the larger electorate.
And then to the point of the vote of the annexation, going back to the people, is that something that we have an appetite to bring back to this board, or is that something we want to wait to once we have a new board set to discuss at a future meeting?
I think it's premature. I mean, right now we're following the state, guidelines for that.
Okay.
That whole 5% cap, I don't even know if it's even possible to go down that road anymore with what is left, available for annexation. But that was put in place way back when there was hysteria about the city annexing across the bridge, because for that exact fear of all the people across the bridge are going to take over the town and change all the rules and everything like that. So there was a huge amount of there was all kinds of public outcry and everything like that. Don Deal actually gave me a bunch of literature from those years that was being distributed to citizens about the fears of, that happening. That was back when there was land available. Now there's essentially none. I think if you were to go down that road, it's a ceremonial move at that point. It doesn't have any significant meaning to it because there's no land left large enough to do that. But you got to really look at the full picture. I know it's very catchy to say the right to vote was taken away, and I get that, but that 5% cap was put in place at a different point in time and with different scenarios. So, I mean, let's say you put that cap back in place, it would be for what? And, I'm not opposed to it, but I'm just talking about the practical aspects of it. Is it really something that even applies now?
Okay. Commissioner Spradley?
I would still like to have that discussion down the road. I mean, and even though it may have limited practical effect, I still think that we should have that discussion when the time comes.
All right. I'll go down the line again. Does anybody have any comments or questions before we look for a motion? Mayor?
How sure are we with the county? I know they voted. They haven't signed anything. I know I'm asking your opinion.
You've heard everything I know.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Spradley?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Belhumeur? Okay. Commissioner Cunningham?
That was for Summertown, I think, is what the county was agreeing with.
For Summertown on the secondary issue.
Not Veranda Bay, which is what we're looking at now. Okay.
Commissioner Cooley? All right. With that being said, would you like motions for all three, and then I will open it back up for public comment before we vote.
One by one. now moving through.
Okay, so one by
motion.
one, and then open up public comment for each individual item? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the pre-annexation agreement.
Okay. And you can,
for
if you would
Veranda
like,
Bay.
because it's related, you can actually combine pre-annexation agreement with ordinance number 2025-21 if you would like, because those go hand in hand.
Inclusive with ordinance 2025-21.
Yeah, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, I'll go ahead and open up these two items for public comment.
And this is related to annexation only at this point.
What's that? Yes, but we're going to do it again for... Tanner?
Yes, sir. Open for public comment?
Yes, sir.
As Tanner again for Preserve Flagler Beach. As Commissioner Cunningham pointed out, that agreement that Mr. Schmitzo was talking about dealt with Summertown, did not deal with Veranda Bay. That was not the issue. The issue of Veranda Bay is here now, and my remarks and my comments were based upon the fact there has been no dispute resolution. There has not been a final answer with regard to the signatures. Those matters were not discussed in the dispute resolution because it was the Summertown project, not Veranda Bay. We're on Veranda Bay now, and those items have not gone through dispute resolution, which is in the wings, and it will be the next step. And all we're doing is putting off perhaps the lawsuits that may be coming down the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other thing, the flooding problem. That east side has flooded long before there were humans here, or at least long before there were people with coats and ties. That's a flood zone, has been a flood zone. As that water comes up all the way to John Anderson Highway, they brought in tons and tons of dirt to fill the ground that now they want to put thousands of houses on. You think you got flood problems now? If they annex and put in 3,000 or 4,000 houses, you're going to look at it be flooding on the whole east side. Thank you.
Thank you. RJ Santori, Cumberland Drive. I just want to let you know, I spoke to two different people in the past week that, around my age, that have recently moved back to this area. Not recently, I'm sorry. They moved back to this area from their childhood home that they grew up with. I mean, and that was very special to me. They want to raise their family in this area. And why do you think that is? It's because Flagler Beach is different. It's like we're not trying to be like everyone else and annex all these different areas and turn it into, you know, different beach towns. Like, we're Flagler Beach, and you never provided us with an option how to do this ourselves. Like, you know, like what's the cost going to be if we had to build this water treatment plant ourselves and not annex? And what would it be if we did annex? That was never brought to us, and that hurts. You know, we wanted to have that choice, and we wanted to at least have that information provided to us, you know, so we can make a decision and you can make a decision on that. So anyway, Scott, I'm sorry if I'm addressing Scott on this, but, you know, we met the other day, and I'm wondering if you took any of my concerns and asked the developer. I remember I showed you the picture of the stormwater data from 1970s. I just haven't heard back from you yet. I wish you can address that. And did you know that 1 gallon of diesel fuel creates a sheen over the water larger than a football field? We're talking about 150 marina berths on the intracoastal, and that's going to flow north and south into more sensitive areas. And we're relying on a developer-supplied studies to tell us the impact. Are you okay with the wakes from additional boats pushing water into homes? Have we exhausted all options to fund a wastewater treatment plant and the new wells without this development? Marina slips are exempt from the impact fees according to the master development or the annexation plan there. Will those slips be paying user fees and utility charges? Are pump out services even included in the water and wastewater demand numbers? Are you aware that the wastewater treatment facility that's $46.3 million doesn't include the reuse portion? When I asked the city engineer the other day, he said that he estimates that's another $40 million. Like, how long until we have to upgrade from $1.5 million to the $2 million that we're going to need to support these developments? What's that going to cost? What in the world are we going to do to fund this besides impact fees and utility bills? This developer and the representatives that developed in Palm Coast, I mean, ask Palm Coast residents if development has reduced their costs or lowered their taxes. It hasn't. Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm looking at that picture over there, that marina. I don't want that there. And I'm sorry, it's not going to be viable to him. Maybe you can explain. What is viable? Profitable? Is that what that means? Is that basically what viable means? Why can't you make it smaller and be it viable? Not what you're trying to support all those condos. What, cut down 2 of those condos, then you only need 100 slips. Why isn't it viable to us? That's what I keep on asking about concessions. I mean, 100, I've been voting my whole life. If you don't think there's going to be spills in there, you're out of your mind. That's a pristine area. Why does it have to be 150? Well, it's viable. I just wish you or somebody explain to me what viable is. The quality of life, to me, is viable, not a profitable venture.
Yeah, just to add off that, that was a pretty good comment by them, Kale Pathway 5305 Johnson Highway. If it wasn't viable, and I've heard this argument a few times, but if any situation comes up and wasn't viable, I don't think you should have bought the property with the PUD you had. You guys are giving them the benefits of this project. I think that should be taken account for. They're coming to you to ask for things. So viability, I don't think should be completely a part of the situation. It should be simply what is viable for you guys. Because if you can't ask for 50 slips less, then, I mean, what do you guys even ask for at that point? But thank you. Thank you.
Phelan, 255 Ocean Palm Drive. My buddy Markham Emhoff is in here, but this is where we normally point to the vision statement that you guys are supposed to be following and upholding. And number 2 bullet, maintaining our old Florida heritage and small town charm, period. That's it. Okay. Now, someone mentioned, I forget who brought up the marina and diesel oil, and you know, I worked for Mobil Oil and Sun Oil in my past life, and I can tell you, because of education we have to go through on oil spills on the tankers, that when that oil goes into the surface, whether it's gasoline, diesel oil, number 6 oil, whatever you want to talk about, that oil, and people will say, well, the gasoline dissipates relatively quickly. Well, yeah, a good portion of it does. Diesel oil, gasoline, they're all pollutant. What happens, it ends up sitting onto the bottom. It degrades, it goes to the bottom, and it sits there, and it kills the marine life. Go to any marina. Just look around. I mean, I talked about this at the first meeting. You go to a marina, you look at the, you know, I don't care how clean they claim to be, look at the water around it. This is what we're going to find out here.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else for public comment?
Melanie Thompson, John Anderson Highway again. Are you all aware about the debacle of the hammock? About the boat storage / marina? Years ago, the previous commissioners changed and closed a boat building business to a boat storage only facility. Commissioners then granted the owner building rights, changed zoning and land uses. The land sat empty for years. Now, current owner wants to make it a full-time active marina with shops and a restaurant, but also provide boat storage. Residents are upset. The project would now be more disrupting and affect the neighbors. The new concept doesn't fit the aesthetics of the hammock. The current county commissioners' hands are tied because the past boards were not responsible enough to think into the future worst-case scenarios. And also, why aren't the cheap houses being built closest to John Anderson, not in the annexation? Is it because the agreement states that the future adjoining lands shall be annexed in without resistance? If so, will this bring the enclave issue back, and will anyone even notice? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Bring it back to the board. City Attorney, would you mind answering maybe the question that was brought to us by Ms. Thompson about the enclave issue potentially that she had just mentioned?
There's nothing in the agreement that would bind you to annex anything else, nor could there be. Just like I said that we can't bind commissions until they vote, same thing applies here, so I'm not sure what that was based on.
Okay.
But I can tell you that without a vote, there's nothing that can compel you to annex property until you make the vote to annex property.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have any comments or questions regarding the comments that were brought before us this go around? Okay. All right. So we have a motion and we have a second. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Belheimer,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
No.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 4-1. All right, we're now on to ordinance 2025-23, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay. So I will look for a motion for ordinance 2025-23.
I'll make a motion. We approve ordinance 2025-23.
We have a second.
Second.
And then we open this up again. Okay. I'll open this up again for public comment regarding this agenda item.
And the item on this one is the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay, specifically to the comprehensive plan amendment. Okay. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Cunningham,
No.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Belheimer,
Yes.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 4-1. All right, we're now on to ordinance 2025-24.
So this is the rezoning, which includes the master plan development agreement.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion on that?
I'll make the motion. We approve ordinance 2025-24.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Open this up for public comment. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Belheimer,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
No.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 4-1. You guys okay with taking a brief recess of 10 minutes? 10 minutes good with you guys? Okay, we're going to go on a brief recess. We'll reset in 10 minutes. Right. We're going to move a couple more items around just to address a few things here on the agenda to be aware of some of our individuals' times here. We're going to go ahead and address, this is on your printed agenda, it would be item 7, well, it wouldn't be 7C anymore, but it's Resolution 2026-10, and that's a city attorney?
Yes, sir. Resolution 2026-10, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, to approve the Station 11 training room renovation and to award the renovation work to Labs Coastal Construction, LLC, in an amount not to exceed $42,967.21, providing for conflict and an effective date.
Okay, City Manager, do you have anything on this, or would you like our fire chief to come forward?
You can have Chief Cox come forward as well.
Chief Cox?
Good evening.
How are you doing today?
Doing well. The proposal here is Flagler Beach Fire Department is working with engineering to renovate the current fire station. We've identified that we do not have a current kitchen area, and what we are doing is we're trying to maximize the space that we have in the facility. We've identified that the training room is sparsely used, and it's one of our largest rooms within the facility. So to maximize the usage, we were proposing to split that room in half, where we can use one end as a report radio room, and the second half into a day rest area for our crews. They work extremely hard, working 24, 48-hour shifts, especially on these hurricanes, longer deployments. And it's imperative that they get the downtime that they need after running these calls, as well as having a sitting area with a kitchen table, because the current setup for them is sitting in a recliner with a fold-out table. So this addresses a couple issues, and the proposal is to move forward with it. This was previously approved in the capital, and this comes from infrastructure surtax. I provided a document for you to review for transparency and educational purposes, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for the fire chief? All right. With no question, oh, you have one question? Commissioner Pelican has a question.
I think it's a great utilization of the space. Don't have anything bad to say about the reconfiguration of it all. Does the floor have to be replaced?
The floor is being replaced in the training room, yes, sir.
So you're replacing the floor in the two rooms you're creating, plus the other place, plus the lounge area you're relocating?
The replacement of the floor is just confined to the reconfiguration of the training room. The current rest area that we're utilizing now is going to be staying the same.
There's something wrong with the floor?
The facility is there since 1996. Had a lot of high use. It's in poor, condition. I mean, if you'd like to grant more funds to replace all of it, I'm all ears. But we're trying to maximize the funds that we have, and hopefully down the road we could address those high traffic areas. Understanding to the crews when the bell goes off, they are running to the trucks to get there as quickly as possible. And it's a linoleum base floor that's had a lot of use on it. So.
Okay, so the only thing you'll be painting is the wall you're building, correct? And the baseboard.
I'll have Bill Freeman come up to confirm because he's on the project with us.
Now, whenever you redo a room, you don't just paint the wall that you add, because the rest of it is older and it just doesn't look good, so you repaint all the walls.
Didn't the walls just get painted?
I'm not sure when they recently got painted.
About that? Did I not see those walls getting painted the last time I was in there?
The front office was renovated and repainted by the crews on duty. Yes, sir, they were.
So maybe it's just the paint. The paint brushes and buckets and all that stuff were in that room then, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, this sounds like a lot of money to build a wall, put some wires in it, but.
Well, based on the there is some reconfiguration. We do have to reconfigure the fire suppression system and the HVAC systems because we are dividing that room into 2 different rooms, so we are abiding by all fire codes and building codes, yes, sir.
That's okay. It's in your budget.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions for the fire chief? All right, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to resolution 2026-10.
Motion to approve resolution 2026-10.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public like to speak on resolution 2026-10? All right, seeing none, I'll go ahead and ask Penny to call a roll, please.
Commissioner Spradley.
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes, the motion.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. We're going to go ahead and move down to item 8F, ordinance 2026-02. City Attorney?
Ordinance number 2026-02, an ordinance of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations, section 2.06.12, rental units of Appendix A, land development regulations, amending the process and schedule for fire inspections of resort dwellings and resort condominiums, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Okay. Would this be our fire inspector and fire chief again?
We're on second reading, and there were no changes from first.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for our fire chief or fire inspector?
No, I'll make a motion we approve ordinance 2026-02.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public like to speak on this matter? All right, seeing none. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Spradley.
Yes to the motion.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Thank you guys for your patience tonight. All right. We'll move on to resolution 2026-06. City Attorney.
If, for your consideration, Mr. Chairman,
Uh-huh.
since we still have Mr. Chimento and Mr. Belcher here, would you mind considering resolution 2026-21?
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies. I overlooked that for you guys. All right, resolution 2026-21. City Attorney.
Resolution 2026-21, a resolution of the City of Flagler Beach acknowledging the resolution of conflicts raised by the Board of County Commissioners for Flagler County pursuant to Chapter 164 Florida statutes relating to the City of Flagler Beach Comprehensive Plan Amendment, rezoning, and approval of master development plan for the project known as Summertown.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions or comments for the city manager, city attorney on this matter?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2026-21.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public like to speak to resolution 2026-21? All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Cunningham.
No.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Spradley.
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yes.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 4-1. Now we are on to resolution 2026-06. City Attorney.
Resolution 2026-06, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, accepting the quote from Tigris Aquatic Services, LLC, for aquatic restoration work, including removal of existing weir structure, vegetation clearing, dredging, and flow improvement activities within the stormwater pond located on South Flagler Avenue between South 12th Street and South 13th Street.
City Manager, and I would assume City Engineer on this one?
Yes, sir. So, the city has an agreement, proposed agreement to dredge and clear the pond. We work with the county. We have an interlocal agreement with the county that allows us to maintain that, maintain that pond, for stormwater purposes. So staff is asking for approval of the proposed resolution to move forward with that restoration work on the stormwater pond.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions or comments regarding this restoration to the pond there on South Flagler Avenue for the city engineer, city manager? Commissioner Cooley.
The only question I had, city manager, when we talked about this, was this came before us before. This might have been a year or so ago. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it's when Mike Abels was here still, I think.
Well, they wanted to dig it deeper, thinking it would hold more water.
So is it different style item than this?
It's a different end product.
Okay, I didn't know if you had any additional background on that or anything.
No, I know I spoke with Mr. Freeman because you indicated that you believed Mr. or Dr. Richards was part of that. I'm not sure if Mr. Freeman had anything, but yeah, I knew that it wasn't while I was here. And thanks, Commissioner Belhumeur, for clearing that up. But
I don't know. And another big difference this time is the fact that they're gonna clean that, the outfall going beyond, correct? All the way out, 220 feet, is what I'm reading.
That is correct. The outfall canal, they're gonna clear that, and they're gonna fix the skimmer that's out there,
Right.
which it's currently damaged, so it needs to be repaired.
Must be from the sea otters going in and out.
Yeah, that was
But they have a bow on there.
That was my main question is figuring out what the difference was from the last time this came forward. And that other project that came forward never happened though, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Does anybody have any other questions for the city manager, city engineer regarding this project?
Yeah, I do. The area to the 220 feet, are they planning on taking equipment out there? Because you can't go out there, it's jurisdictional wetland. You can't take equipment out there. It's gotta be by hand.
That's my understanding. It'll be by hand.
And is there a scope that identifies, BMPs to be in place before they start working, turbidity barriers?
Yeah, so they'll have to have a turbidity barrier in place.
Where is all that I can see?
I'll have them provide one for us.
Okay. Is that gonna need to get a permit? I know it's not, the Water Management District doesn't see it as an ERP, it's exempt. But there still may have to be a permit done with the DEP because you're going into the wetland.
Right, so we reached out to the DEP to find out whether or not they had any issues, and they gave us an exemption from a permit.
I think that was for mangroves though, wasn't it?
We had one for mangroves as well.
Okay. This is what happens from lack of maintenance, by the way. If it had been maintained, we wouldn't be looking at this. Just throwing that out there, that's all.
Does anybody else have any other questions for the city engineer, city manager? No. I've got a couple for you. As far as those mangroves go, I know those are very protected species, you know, and that's a plant, I should tree. What do we plan to do with those? Is there a way that is there potential to replant those? Is there anything that we could, you know, reutilize those and put those in other areas? I don't know if that, or do we just pass those off, or how does that work?
No, we're just clearing those mangroves out because it doesn't allow a pond to function according to design.
Right. Okay. And based on kind of to follow on a couple other questions from Commissioner Cunningham, what is our plan as far as a maintenance plan goes forward with this to maintain it? Because to Commissioner Bellhumer's point, I mean, there's been years and years of projects down there, and that area, as you guys know, it's hit pretty hard whenever we have rain events. And you know, I don't know if this is going to stop anything with tidal events, but you know, we get that area is always underwater. It seems as though. So, you know, what's the effectiveness, and you know, what's our maintenance plan here?
So our own staff is going to have to go out there periodically and actually keep the grass cut in the areas that we've cleared where they can, and where they can't go, we'll have to do annual maintenance on it.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have. All right. Go ahead and look for a motion on this.
Motion to approve resolution 2026-02.
06.
06.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any members of the public like to come forward for public comment on this resolution? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Stradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Bellheimer,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Okay, we are on to resolution 2026-14. City Attorney? Resolution 2026-14, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach, Florida, accepting Atlantic Ecological Services, LLC, as the ecological consultant for shorebird and seabird nesting monitoring services for the Flagler Beach Pier Restoration Project, establishing a not-to-exceed amount and providing for an effective date. Okay. All right, City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is required through DEP as we continue our pier restoration project. So this agency will monitor the shorebird and seabird nesting to make sure we stay in compliance with all applicable regulations.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions regarding?
Just one question for Dale. Did you find out if this is a renewal or is it starting from scratch?
I believe this is actually a new project. We had them on, I believe, a contingency basis before that they were doing it, and then this became a requirement from DEP.
Okay.
So I believe this is a new project altogether.
Okay. Thank you.
So city manager, just to ask you a quick question on this, as far as, will these nests cause any issues potentially if there's a nesting there like we had with the turtle nest that delayed us out, what was it, 30 plus days with the other incident when we were building the makeshift pier? What are the, what will this do? Will this allow us to mitigate some of those things, or will this permit allow for safe removal of these nests and things like that, so hopefully we don't have another delay?
I think that all depends on what the shorebird and turtle surveys find, but that's out of our control at this point, but hopefully it will be mitigated.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution 2026-19. No, wrong one.
14.
14.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll open this up for public comment. Any members of the public like to speak on this resolution? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Spradley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Bellhumor,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes to the motion.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Okay, we are on to Resolution 2026-19. City Attorney?
Resolution 2026-19, a resolution by the City Commission of the City of Flagler Beach approving an application to the Volusia-Flagler Transportation Planning Organization for a bicycle pedestrian feasibility study to extend the 2013 Gateway Promenade improvements, providing for conflict and an effective date.
All right, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The application is due tomorrow. So what you have before you is a proposal to basically substitute for Beach Walk Phase 3, this TPO application, which will replace the boardwalk from the pier southward to the existing link at 7th to 8th Street, which is the elevated, which is actually built with the TPO grant back in 2013, and then also extend the boardwalk from South 8th Street to South 9th Street, which will tie in with the currently being considered Sun Trail system. So we are asking for a feasibility study to move forward with that. I gave you the narrative in the packet. The entire pack is approximately 60 pages long. You do not have the attachments, which are some photos, the TPO slide presentation, and the original plans from the 2013 project. I do have if you are interested, I do have 4 letters of support that have been provided for the project from Mr. Tim Davis, who is the chairman of the Parks Committee, letter of support from Mr. Paul McKitka, who is on the Flagler Beach Citizens Advisory Committee representative, from Mr. Christopher Marlowe, owner of Golden Lion and Next Door Bistro, as well as Mr. Johnny Lugerai. So I have these if you're interested in seeing the copies. I can't email it to you because once you put the packet together, it exceeds our capacity. But if you're interested in the letters of support, I have them for you. So we'll get that submitted tomorrow. We did, in the application, if you notice, we do have the project that was prioritized last year. And it asked, on the application, it asked, where does this effort rank in priority to that one? And I did list this one as second priority to what we had approved or submitted last year. So other than that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Anybody have any questions?
I just want to thank the city manager for getting the package together on time.
As long as the mayor signs it tonight.
Well, we missed a lot of years of opportunities for calls for projects, and here now with my urging, we've gotten a couple, 2 years in a row. And that blue boardwalk's needed replacing for a long time. And since we bailed out of the other phases of the promenade, this is a good way of making up for it. And this is what are we giving on this? 35%?
I indicated that we would offer a 30 to 33% match once we determine and that's for the design and engineering cost not construction. We're only asking for the study to design it.
Does anybody have any questions or comments on that? I'm glad to see this going forward again. I think as Commissioner Belhumeur mentioned, these are great opportunities for us, and I'm tired of seeing all the towns down in Volusia County getting these. So I think hopefully we can start getting our fair share, because I think
That ought to be a relatively good one.
Yeah.
Because it's pedestrian related.
Yeah,
and they usually move up the tier pretty quickly.
Absolutely. All right. I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion. We approve Resolution 2026-19.
Do you have a second to that?
I'll second. Got it right there.
All right. Would any members of the public like to speak on this?
Edward Lansdowne, South 9th Street. Just in case there's any more support needed, I was fortunate to chair the Strategic Planning Board in 2007, and we approved with the city's consent and approval that the boardwalk should be expanded from all the way to South 9th and eventually to North 9th. So if that'll help your documentation.
Any other members of the public like to speak on this? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley.
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Spradley.
Yes, the motion.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
Yes.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Okay, we are now on to staff reports. City Attorney.
Just really quickly, a few ordinances. I don't know what agendas they'll be coming on, but they're in and will be making their way to you. Is e-bikes. With that one, I used Palm Coast heavily, but since we already had our own regulations, I kept what we had, added what they had that we didn't have, and Chief Blanchett had provided some issues they've been having on the beach. We also addressed the beach issues that have been occurring recently, and that was obviously not part of what Palm Coast addressed. So that we'll be seeing that one. The interior portion of the golf course, I believe that rezoning will be coming March here. I know it's going to planning in March. Is it going to be here sometime in March? And then the amendment to put out to referendum the ordinance to put out to referendum the charter amendment enshrining the unanimous vote on that deed restriction for the golf course also is in. I don't know when I don't know if that will necessarily be a March one, because that will be staggered more towards when we're looking to get it onto a ballot. But that one is also, and actually I've asked Payne to go ahead and put that on sometime when it fits on the convenient agenda, just for you guys to discuss it before we even put it on as a formal. So if there is discussion you want to have about it. So I've actually asked for that one to be on as a discussion phase. That's it for me.
Go ahead.
I got a question for Drew. Drew, yesterday I had our TPO meeting, and they were talking about e-bike regulations down there, and the subject came up about it not just only being e-bikes. So you got, they're electrifying just about anything.
Scooters, and
scooters.
I shorthanded. We actually addressed scooters when we addressed ours, so I've kept scooters in because we'd already regulated scooters. And also the off-road electric-driven cycles, I think that's a newer term that's coming.
Oh, you got the single-wheel things that go barrel along pretty fast, too.
Like electric unicycles?
No, it's got the little fat...
Oh, those...
And then they lean forward, yeah, they'll fly. So I'm just wondering if there's a word that would encompass all of those.
There's not, but I'll look and see what with the hoverboards, because no, that would not. I don't think that would fall into the definition of scooter, e-bike, or electric bicycle, because part of, with those, we're all dealing with things that are also regulated by the state, and after this legislative session, maybe even more regulated by the state, because they're also considering e-bike legislation. So I will take a look at that issue, though, and see if there's anything that we can add to that ordinance to kind of broaden it to those other potentially problematic items.
Okay.
Thank you.
Especially scooters.
The scooters are there, yeah. Scooters are there because we were already regulating scooters.
Okay.
City Manager.
Again, please look at your calendars for April 1st or April 2nd. We would do that at the Wickline Center again. And we'll look at dates for, there's a lot of topics that have been thrown out for workshops. And what we've traditionally done is done a workshop on the first meeting of each month. We haven't scheduled anything in March because that's usually the organizational meeting as a workshop. So we haven't done anything in March. So now we're talking April, and we've talked about water and wastewater, stormwater, rights of way, littering. So if there's any other topics, but if we're knocking those out, unless you want to start having special meetings, but that's at your call. So we'll try and I'll send out a list of proposed workshop topics and see how it comes back, how you guys would like to prioritize those. On another note, Mr. Fernandez has informed me that our reverse osmosis project has made it preliminarily into the Senate side of the budget for approximately $650,000. We did ask for $1.5 million, but it's in the budget, not like last year where it was cut out. So we'll keep our fingers crossed as the state budget process moves forward. But pending any questions, that's all I have for you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the city manager? No. All right, police chief, do you have any, police? No. All right. City planner.
Actually, let me jump back because I'll send you an email tomorrow. So we have the two, when we brought to you the beach vessel, part of the intent was, okay, we get to February 20th and then we'll sign off on one of the pre-approved contractors from St. Augustine. Well, it's like, well, wait a minute, it's already February 25th. So we have two of the proposals in, and Chief Blanchett has reached out to the third party and they've been non-responsive. So I'd have to look up really, unless Chief Blanchett, and I think the low bid of the two was approximately $61,000, something along those lines. Would I have I was going to send you an email tomorrow asking for emergency authority to clear that, accept the low proposal in order to get that boat off of our beaches, instead of waiting until the March 12th meeting. So if I have your permission to consider that an emergency purchase order to move forward with the low bidder. And if you want to go and think about that, talk to Ms. Overstreet, but let me look up what the low price is right now.
Okay. Well, while the city manager's doing that, what's everybody's appetite to get this boat off the beach?
Well, we want it off the beach, $61,000. That's crazy. But I guess you got to do what you got to do.
Well, the alternative is,
I think we could get a recycler around here somewhere.
The other alternative is we have to put it out, go through a whole new request for a proposal process, which will take approximately a month. So.
Commissioner Spradley, are you okay with it?
Yep.
Okay. Commissioner Belhumeur? Commissioner Cunningham?
I guess.
Commissioner Coy?
What's the risk of another month? I mean,
true.
That's not hurricane season. What's that?
So there's the potential of contaminating the beach with that then?
How close were the two bids?
Yeah.
And I guess the other question would be, has anybody had any type of communication with the owner, like where maybe within that month they might be able to pull together funds to get it off the beach or something? Chief?
I've been contacted by other vendors who wanted in on this process. One of the vendors that contacted me said they have been in touch with the owner. The owner actually reached out to them. They set a plan together to remove it, but the owner has no money to pay for the service. So they dropped the contract with the owner.
Did they share an amount with you?
Not he'd have to come back out and reevaluate the boat. The boat does have a couple of stress fractures in the hull, which could be problematic to the removal process, floating it off. It looks like, from what the two estimates that I got, it's going to have to be craned off or potentially dismantled on the beach. One of the I've been contacted by two companies outside of this contract, and one of them already sent me a quote. That quote was $65,000. I do remember that one.
And I did find, looks like the low bid was from Flagship Towing, and for removal and disposal of the vessel in the amount of $51,408.
It's better than 60,000.
I think the other one was significantly higher. Let me go back to that one.
still over your procurement amount for the manager's approval, it needs to come to you for approval. The bid, code requires that the bid be out for a minimum of 15 days per your code. And then it also requires an advertisement, which runs once per week. So it depends on timing. I mean, we can always put it on the agenda even if it's past the deadline for that agenda, but there's still that 15-day and the potential 1 week advertisement hold. Plus the time for them to bid and
Right.
yeah,
Now, the other one has a two-parter. It
No.
says, break up the vessel in place, dispose of the vessel in its dumpsters, and that's 42,000. Or pull the vessel back to the water towards St. Augustine, that's 67,000.
Why would we not dumpster it? Sorry, why would we not do the?
Well, again, this was going to be the question that I sent to you yesterday, because it is outside of my approval authority unless I declare it an emergency, but I'm at least trying to get, if we want to go with the one that says break it up on the beach for 42,000, then the chief's been the one.
That's under the requirement to put it out to bid. It's just commission approval.
Correct. But what I'm saying is I have the authority to declare an emergency if the city commission accepts that as an emergency due to the safety or the environmental issues.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'll make that motion.
Which motion to find to find in favor of the emergency procurement?
Correct.
For the dumpster process? Just want to make sure we're all talking about the same
What
thing.
I would say to specify is this is the Isla, however it's pronounced, Maritime, gave us a quote on to break up the vessel in place, dispose of the vessel in dumpsters for $42,750.
What if there's a spill, an oil spill during the removal process?
Do they have insurance?
Yeah, do they?
It's on them.
Well, we like to say that it is, but
They would have
like
to
that's
evacuate the oil out of it before they tear it apart.
That's also, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's also trucks, dumpsters that are gonna have to get on at Moody and Flagler. They go the 21 blocks north on the beach to do this process.
I can, if you'd like, let me read. It's only a paragraph, a little long paragraph. Option 1, which is cut it up and put it in dumpsters. Large swamp mats can be brought in and placed on the beach. These mats are made of non-toxic HDPE, which protects vegetation and environmentally sensitive areas from damage and prevents soil compaction. This prevents time-consuming and expensive remediation efforts. Containment would be established around the vessel to contain any material during the breakup process. All fuel, oils, and other hazmat will be manually pumped out into small containers and disposed of according to local and federal laws. An excavator will be mobilized to break up the vessel and place the debris into dumpsters that will transport the remains to the landfill. All equipment and mats will be removed, and a final sweep will be conducted to ensure no debris is left on the beach.
You guys okay with that? Good. Do you need a motion for that?
Yeah, you already have.
We have a motion, we got a second? Second. All right, you want to call roll on that one, or just all in favor? Penny, would you call roll on that, please?
public comment.
I'll open this up for public comment before we, vote on this. Any members of the public like to speak on the disposal of the beach sailboat? Okay. Seeing none, Penny, would you please call roll?
Commissioner Cooley,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Spradlin,
Yes to the motion.
Commissioner Bellhumeur,
Yes.
Commissioner Cunningham,
Yes.
Chair Sherman.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. All right, anything else, City Manager? No. Oh. You all set, Chief? All right. City Planner, do you have anything for us tonight?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to announce that on March 10th, we have our second stakeholder input meeting for our mobility action plan. It will go to the PARB on April the 7th. The City Commission will hear it on April 9th and hopefully adopt it on April the 23rd. So it is being publicized, and so we hope to have engagement at our second stakeholder meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. City Clerk.
Just that the election is Tuesday. Everybody come out and vote if you haven't voted by mail already.
Thank you. Mayor, do you have any comments tonight?
No, just one last thank you to city manager and city staff and thank you to all of you all for doing continued due diligence, and we have a great city. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Commissioner Spradley.
And we have great local businesses. On Valentine's Day, I was asked by my wife of Ukrainian descent to take her to the Ukrainian festival in Longwood, which is the second largest Ukrainian festival in the state every year. It's a 2-day festival. So we went over there, and as we were walking around, there's music, there's all kinds of booths for food. Then there was one that had a very long line. And when it was time to eat, I said, well, let's go check that one out. Well, it turns out it was Andre of the Ukraine pierogi shop right here in Flagler Beach. And he had apparently the best Ukraine food in the state, at least that weekend. So 3 cheers for Andre.
Community dinner.
Absolutely. And just to echo what Penny said, it is election day on Tuesday. This is not a political statement by any means. I really would like to see everybody get out and vote. It's tough when we have only the Flagler Beach election on that day. Sometimes we have other elections from other municipalities, so not as many people. Please get out and vote. I don't want to pick up the paper on Wednesday and see that we had 8% or 12%. At least, regardless of the result, just get out and vote and have your friends and family get out and vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Belhumeur.
I got the same message. Please come out and vote. Let's put all past, voting participation to shame. I'd like to see it.
Commissioner Cunningham.
Yeah. I know we're fixing to apparently start the South Central mill and resurface. When that first came up, I had mentioned there's a whole lot of sinkholes in the road, and I was told they were going to be addressed before we did the mill and resurface. If we do all the mill and resurface, it's still not going to fix the sinkholes everywhere. You're going to be patching them again. And considering everything that's under the road, I know when people are driving on the road, they look and feel what they're driving on. I look at everything that's under it. What's causing the sinkhole? Because it's not going to go away just by milling and resurfacing. So has that been done?
So on South Central, we located several areas where there was currently, there was some water lines that were extended to some of the newer houses out there. So they went out there and had to cut out patch little areas of the asphalt, and that they repatched them. So any of the sinkholes they have out there are areas where there was a cut and a patch.
With no compaction?
Correct.
Wouldn't you want to compact it before you mill and resurface it so it doesn't keep sinking?
Well, what we can do is add some additional base, compact it before they actually resurface it.
There's a bunch of them. I walked it this week.
Right.
A little over a mile one way and a little over a mile coming back. Got my steps in, that's for sure. Oh, and also I was told that originally the DOT, when they were going to pay for a portion of South Central because they messed it up with all the dump trucks coming in doing the work at the city limit, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still paying for a portion of this?
No, this is a part that we extended, on city commission request to go from 23rd down to 28th, go all the way, 23rd, right? Or is it 21st? 21st down to 28th?
28th.
Right, that's on our dime, that was always on our dime and only our dime, because FDOT said they would provide us the funding to do from South 9th down to South 21st. And that's working its way through the convoluted FDOT process, but we're gonna go forward with our portion for the time being.
Bill, are we going to be able to keep any of those millings?
Whatever is available, we'll get some. I've already negotiated that with them.
There's a lot of valves that are cattywampus that's in the asphalt. Some of them are low, some of them are high. Are those going to be addressed before the milling resurfacing?
Yes, we'll address any valves that aren't at the surface of the asphalt.
Oh, and it was good to see the, guys working to secure the garbage cans on the east side of A1A from blowing over. When will that be completed?
I know it's a work in progress, and there's several of them that have been done, but the facilities crew's been working on those.
I'll tag on the voting, and I've mentioned this before. For voting day, next Tuesday, consider letting the voters park in the city parking lot and have the city employees park next door. Because last March, people were just driving around and they couldn't find a place to park. If we give them a place to park right there, then make it a little easier for them.
I can find out if Mr. Sinelli will let us park there, or if not, we'll submit the invoice for city employees parking on Mr. Sinelli's lot, if we want to do
Can't
that.
imagine them not allowing that for one day on a Tuesday.
I will ask Mr. Sinelli.
I mean, there's not that many cars that park in the parking lot, city parking lot. No, that's it.
Commissioner Coy? Attended the TDC meeting on the 18th and informed them that Flagler Beach was going to no longer pursue the grant that we got, so that money could go back into the pot and do some good. And there's a lot. I mean, there's immediate interest in it. You know, obviously within about 2 seconds of that announcement, Palm Coast says, you know, hey, we need that for stuff, and that's fine. You know, our time will come when we don't have to hold on to it for years. This one's a good one. So, you all remember the infamous arrivalist data on beach usage? Well, they've changed vendors, and they're going to a new vendor called Zartico, which actually ties purchasing to location data. This is, you know, the data mining that's happening nowadays is almost scary, if not impressive. You know what they say about all these free apps? You know, if you're not paying for it, you're the product. And buried in those permissions is all the stuff that they need. And so now we'll be able to see who comes here and where they're going and what they spent there. And then where they, you know, where they were at before they came here and where they were at after they came here. So there's all kinds of powerful info, and it's not ready yet, so they're not taking any requests. They're still doing the introductions and, you know, all the data stuff they have to do to be able to do the conversion. But we will be able to know what the rest of the county is contributing when they come to Flagler Beach. Not based off cash, but based off at least credit card data, which gives you a pretty good sampling. But it's powerful data, and, you know, it helps drive discussions and make decisions. And the other thing they talked about was the reach to beach renourishment. And I know this has been a topic also at the multi-municipality meeting that Commissioner Spradley and I attended, and a lot of you were there as well. But they were talking about easements. And I would like to see some type of initiative. You know, here I am making an initiative to suggest that for staff to at least help with, but we gotta do something with these easements, or we're gonna have a dotted coastline as far as sand goes. And if you have not seen the picture of, the county actually has a picture of a property that did not do it.
Well, I know.
Yeah, and it is really bad. I mean, that homeowner, has got to be kicking themselves after seeing that picture.
I
But
mean, if you don't get the easement, the sand gets built up on either side of it, so you become the drawing.
it's like a tunnel. Yeah,
it is.
it's going to shoot the water right into your house.
Yeah.
And it's not good. So it's not, you know, and we went through this with the South Side, where you have a segment of the population that, for whatever reasons they have, and they're all valid, they just don't want to do it. But this, we've learned and we've seen it. We've already experimented with South Side. It's a viable project. Any help that any of us can do, or any staff, as far as outreach, knocking on doors, whatever it takes, to get those easements, it's super important.
Names out.
We have a list. There is a list. Yeah. Yeah, there's a list. And I think one of the biggest factors is we don't have valid deed. You know, that was he was the master of that, and he really drove that. Right. So now, Scott, we're delegating it to you.
Yeah, it was, that was a big success to get that last one done. But one of the problems is, as I understand it, of the number of properties for which they still need an easement, the county's been unable to locate the owner in a number of them because they're owned by LLCs and other things, and they cannot locate who the owners are. And two of them, the owner has died, so it's going through the probate process. So some of them it's kind of difficult to even make the next move. But there are a number. Now, the county has said that they are not going to do what they did in Flagler Beach, which was to, I don't want to say publish and shame the names of the owners, but they were concerned. They did publish names, and that ultimately helped. Carla Klein was instrumental in helping get easements because we knew what properties we needed easements from. But there also were some bad situations. People created a problem for their neighbors, and so I think that's why the county hasn't released the addresses. But still, there's some that are known, and I think there are some things we can do to try to help out.
Yeah, Mr. Moylan had sent me a list, which I believe I had forwarded to you. There were approximately 8 names. I think of those 8, 1 had signed. I'll reach out to Mr. Moylan early next week and see what names. Give me the current list of names for which are missing easements in the city limits, and I'll get that to you.
That must have been Kerry Strickland, because I talked to him, and
he's one of them, man.
Yeah, he was one of them. He's good. He's fine with it.
Oh, nice. The other thing I had is one item that came out of the multi-municipality meeting, and city manager, you might be able to help us with this, is there was questions about future animal control services. I know county is going through a transition, Palm Coast is going through a transition. FHS, I believe, was or is servicing us for something, and it's just trying to navigate that confusing process. I know you had either a call or a meeting with FHS on that and what the future looked like. Do you got any updates on that?
Yeah, we met with the director and 2 animal control officers today, as a matter of fact, and they basically wanted us to know, what are you looking at, or what are you going to do? And, you know, I was frank with them. I said, listen, we're little old Flagler Beach, you know, we're going to have to wait and see what happens with Palm Coast and Flagler County. They're concerned that they're doing our animal control and sheltering. Most of our stuff is cats and dogs. They have a complete list. Miss Mathis was in the meeting with me. I'll get the information that what our outtake is. But it's like, yeah, let's wait and see how. I said, we have no problems with the service that's been provided to us through the Humane Society. But the concern is how is the county and Palm Coast going to go forward there? Are they going to build a new facility? Because from what the director of the Flagler Humane Society said, their shelter is hurricane-proof. It's a block structure. It can truly provide safety and housing for stray animals. And if Palm Coast, the understanding or the assumption is if Palm Coast or Flagler County is going to do something like that, that's going to be a few years out before they can build such a facility. But you're right, that's that's basically a Palm Coast and Flagler County issue. That's kind of like, all right, let's just wait and see, but we have our interlocal agreement with Flagler Humane Society. As far as I know, we'll keep moving forward with that until, hey, give us a proposal. When Palm Coast or Flagler County gives us a proposal, we'll compare them and see where we go from there.
So they can still, that option is there that they can still provide animal
Correct.
service.
Right now, I think what they indicated to me today was Bunnell, the city of Bunnell has indicated that they plan on staying with Flagler Humane Society.
Got it. And it, you know, as somebody that's very active in the animal rescue community, I've been there many, many, many times, and they have a good facility. I know that there's talk out there in the media, all stories and everything, and I'm sure they're not perfect, but I can tell you that they are very good. You know, while perfection's always, you know, tall order, they do a good job. So it's good to hear that at least that's an option. Because what they were talking about in the multi-municipality meeting is while county was going to build the building, they were going to look for a nonprofit to run it. And, I mean, if you do that, you're right back to square one. As far as transparency, the process, and I know that there would be terms of their lease, I'm sure, but you're no better off than, you know, now you have two different nonprofits doing it. And the management and the operation side, I don't think county plans on handling themselves. So you're not really gaining anything except an additional facility. But just wanted to get an update on that, so that was good news, and that's all I got.
All right, I'll keep mine brief. I just had a quick question, City Attorney. Where do we stand with that dilapidated property that we were looking to condemn there at 1336?
Not to condemn, foreclose.
Foreclose, yes.
The publication by service has been published, so now we're waiting for the time to run on that, and then we'll be able to move forward with motion for summary judgment or default judgment, assuming that no answer is filed.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Go ahead and open this up for public comment. Any members of the public like to come forward and speak? All right, seeing none, I'll look for a motion to adjourn. All right, meeting's adjourned.